Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I'm Mike Sfrega. I'm the director of the Polar Institute, and I am very pleased to welcome colleagues from all 8 Arctic nations, as well as the global community, to this important inaugural event, the Arctic in 25 Years, first annual International Youth Symposium. We bring this to you under the auspices of the Wilson Center's Polar Institute, but in partnership with Arctic Council Permanent Participants Youth, which is supported by the Arctic Council Indigenous Peoples Secretariat, our colleagues and friends at Arctic Frontiers, as well as the Arctic Youth Ambassadors. I also want to thank Laguna Corporation from the Alaska village of Wainwright for their foundational and continued support of the Polar Institute, and our colleagues at the Wilson Center's Kennan Institute and Canada Institute, as well as our incredible team at the broadcast facility in Washington, D.C. for making this and other programs possible. Today, we are supported by Mr. Jared Thompson and Mr. Tracy Fitzgerald. We thank them always. Let me just say a couple of words about today's program in context. It is appropriate, and I think right, to hold this event over the next 2 days, immediately before the Arctic Council meeting in Reykjavik, Iceland, where we will learn about and in fact celebrate the accomplishments of the Icelandic chairmanship. And then we will welcome the leadership and chairmanship of the Russian Federation. As we all know, the Arctic Council is celebrating its 25th anniversary. And over this period of time, it has become the most consequential international Arctic-focused organization that we have. It provides a critical forum for international dialogue, research, and even a foundation for select but important sets of international binding agreements. It is where the leadership of the 8 Arctic nations gathered to better understand the Arctic, address the dynamic changes occurring in the Arctic, discuss our shared interest in and stewardship of the Arctic, and consider the Arctic that we want and the Arctic that we need. And then the mechanisms that enable Arctic communities to navigate a landscape in transition by working through a set of complexities and realities, perhaps in a continuum that brings us from one that focuses on sustaining in and adapting to a broad range of environmental and social and political and economic and security issues in such a way that we may someday change our narrative from sustainable communities to thriving communities. I am confident the expertise brought together today and over the next 2 days will provide a roadmap toward an Arctic that is thriving, which means taking on the many challenges we face, creating solution sets to address these challenges, and then advancing these solutions through an actionable policy development and implementation plan. So again, it is appropriate that we start off this important week with a focus on the expertise, perspectives, insights, and aspirations of a representative group of Arctic youth. After all, they will shape the future contours of the Arctic. In 25 years, it will be them and their peers who will be in leadership positions, mentoring the next generation of Arctic leaders, governing a new and different Arctic, and hopefully convening the 25th annual Arctic in 25 Years Youth Symposium. So I look forward to hearing from our speakers today, but more importantly, I look forward to learning from them. It is now a pleasure to introduce my colleague, the director of the Arctic in 25 Years Symposium, Miss Michaela Stiff, who serves as the program assistant with the Polar Institute. Michaela, congratulations for taking an idea we discussed, turning that idea into reality, and then creating this important 2-day program. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mike. And it's also my pleasure to welcome everyone who's watching from around the world, whether it be your morning, afternoon, or evening. I'm calling in from Anchorage, Alaska, where I'm a lifelong resident. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Ellen Inga Turi, who is the chair of the board of the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat and has been working as the senior Arctic official from the Sami Council for over 10 years. So Ellen Inga Turi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Michaela. I've actually been working in this role for 6 years, but close enough. Dear participant, participants in this Arctic in 25 Years International Youth Symposium, dear Arctic youth, dear Indigenous participants, dear other participants, and also dear Wilson Center organizers. It's an honor for me as the current chair of the Arctic Council Indigenous Peoples Secretariat to bid you welcome to this important event for emerging Arctic leaders. As was already mentioned briefly, I am Sami. I belong to a nomadic reindeer herding family. We have pastures here in northern Norway. And I have been a member of the Sami Council for approximately 10 years now. I've had the pleasure of being Sami Council's head of delegation to the senior Arctic officials level for 6 years now. And I have for the past 2 years been the chair of the board of the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat. This has been a time where I have learned to understand the important role of international cooperation and decision-making to work towards ensuring a good future for our homelands. I'm very glad that we have this symposium today, and I really hope that this will contribute to the involvement of Arctic youth in the important work of Arctic Council for the next 25 years. I expect that I am now looking at the future decision makers in the Arctic Council. The Arctic Council has a long history as the leading intergovernmental forum promoting cooperation, coordination, and interaction among Arctic states, Arctic indigenous peoples, and other Arctic inhabitants on common Arctic issues. And we have focused particularly on issues of sustainable development and environmental protection in the Arctic. Ever since the establishment of the Arctic Council, and perhaps also in the development phases before, the Arctic Council has shown a willingness and ability to include Arctic indigenous peoples in the decision-making processes about Arctic issues. I know of no other international organizations where indigenous peoples' voice, where indigenous peoples' organizations have an equally strong role around the decision-making table. And I believe that this results in that indigenous issues are part of the evaluations behind Arctic Council decisions. As you know, there are over 500,000 indigenous peoples living in the Arctic. They span 3 continents and are in 7 nation states and are in areas that are around 30,000 square kilometers. Therefore, to paraphrase David Bolton, who was the former chair of the senior Arctic officials level during the US chairmanship a few years ago, he said that the Arctic Council would not be the Arctic Council as we know it without the participation of indigenous peoples. To support indigenous peoples' participation in the Arctic Council, we also have what we call the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat, which I am currently chairing the board of. And this secretariat was actually established even before the establishment of Arctic Council. This was established to support the indigenous peoples organizations. We are now 6 that have permanent participant status. And these are the Inuit International Association, the Arctic Athabascan Council, Quechan International Council, Inuit Circumpolar Council, Russian Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North, and my organization, the Sami Council. The Indigenous Peoples Secretariat is thus a support secretariat for all the permanent participants, and it assists with creating opportunities for us to present our causes, and provides with necessary information and materials. For example, also for this event, the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat employees have been, as I hear, crucial in helping the organizational part. With the help of the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat and all you youth, I hope and believe that the Arctic Council will continue on a good path, and that that the Arctic indigenous voice remains and is perhaps even strengthened in Arctic decision making over the next 25 years. This is because we, the Arctic indigenous peoples, we are at the forefront of experiencing the global challenges that the world is currently facing. An easy example is climate change, which is occurring much faster and much more extreme in our home regions. While the rest of the world is preparing itself, or while much of the rest of the world is preparing itself for a 2-degree change, we are already experiencing much higher changes than that. I mean, we are up to 8 to 10 degrees change even today. And of course, that means that our livelihoods, we have to adapt and engage our resilience now. And we will have to continue to do this even more in the future. Concurrently with climate change, we of course have all the other challenges as well, such as biodiversity change, land loss, encroachment, and also social issues, for example, ensuring proper living conditions for our peoples. This is why we need you. This is why we need Arctic youth to take action already now and to prepare and be ready to be decision makers also on Arctic issues, and also in the Arctic Council to promote our common work to ensure that we have a good Arctic, livable, sustainable Arctic also in 25 years. I'm therefore very honored to be part of this event today. And I look very much to hear the presentations and discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those welcoming introductory remarks. Now, as we carry on, this will actually be a very good introduction to the next panel, or the very first panel of this event, which is the Arctic Council Permanent Participant Youth Panel. As Ellen Inga said, in the Arctic Council, the permanent participant organizations represent Indigenous peoples from across the Arctic. And while permanent participant status has existed since the founding of the Arctic Council, in fact, the first time all the permanent participants met for their own Arctic Leaders Summit was in 1991, 5 years prior to the founding of the Arctic Council. Arctic Leaders Summits have been venues where the permanent participants can make declarations on issues of common interest, such as environmental protection, sustainable development, and other priority topics for Indigenous communities across the Arctic. Yet the emphasis on youth is quite new. And in 2019, when the permanent participants held their 6th Arctic Leaders Summit, youth gathered alongside them for their very first ever Arctic Leaders Youth Summit. Today we'll discuss the outcomes of the Youth Declaration, of which there were a few major themes such as environment, economic development and infrastructure, food sovereignty, Indigenous knowledge, consultations, culture, language, education, mental health, communication, and missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And so before we begin to start talking about the declaration, I'd just like to go around and let all of the panelists introduce themselves. We have Eni Samila of the Sami Council, Denali Hodgdon of the Arctic Athabascan Council, Joshua Vo and Crystal Martin Lipinski of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, Ivan Trophamov of RIPON, the Russian Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North, Darling Anderson of Aleut International Association, and Rena Squirrel of Gwich'in Council International. So let's start with you, Eni.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mikaela. Super ehkä puhkeiden. Mulla on uksepaararistani Jarkko Enni. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eni Simila, and I am the PP Youth Representative of the Sami Council. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers to inviting me to this panel discussion. Thank you. And yes, about me, I am a Sami, and currently I am living in Sápmi, in a small village called Hähtä, which is close to the Norwegian and Swedish border. And I am a student at Oulu University, where I major Sami culture and Northern Sami language. And I am also working in the Sami Council as a project worker in Interreg funded project called Filling the EU Sápmi Knowledge Gaps. And I started to work in the Sami Council in 2019 as a trainee. And through that position, I was organizing the first Arctic Youth Leaders Summit in Rovaniemi 2019, together with 4 other Sami youth. And I'm also active in Sami youth organization in the Finnish side of Sápmi called Soma Sami Nuoret. And this year I was re-elected as a chair. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And how about you next, Denali?
Ang adet Denali Hodgdon Melinda Chasing David Hodgdon to Githern Cheg South Naknik Yith Histan Lord Tanana Dene Listo. Good morning, everybody. My name is Denali Hodgdon. I am from the villages of Anvik and South Naknek on the Yukon River and in Bristol Bay. I'm currently living in Lower Tanana Dene lands in what is known as Fairbanks, Alaska. However, I'm calling in from Tlingit Ani or Tlingit lands down here in Juneau, Alaska this morning. I sit as a permanent participant youth representative for the Arctic Athabascan Council and am the executive director of On the Land Media. It's wonderful to see you, Mike and Michaela and Jack, and I know that Marisol is also calling in on the line. I actually got my start in many ways in Arctic work by working at the Wilson Center's Polar Institute. So it's wonderful to be seeing these two worlds emerge and converge together, and to be welcoming all the other youth permanent participants here this morning. So Hajigadistan, and looking forward to the conversation.
We're very happy to have you back, Denali. Next, we will have the representatives from the Inuit Circumpolar Council introduce themselves. Joshua, would you like to go first, and then Crystal?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Michaela. My name is Joshua Vo. I live and work here in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm the permanent participant representative for Inuit Circumpolar Council, Alaska. I'm very excited to be here today to discuss the various panel questions with our youth around the world, and thank you again for having me.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good day to everybody. I'm Crystal Martin Lipinski, and I am the president for the National Inuit Youth Council here in Canada, and also the Inuit Circumpolar Council's emerging leader. I am so thrilled to be here today and to have this type of dialogue with the Indigenous youth of the Arctic. It's a pleasure to see everybody. I know it's been a couple of years since we last met in Finland, but it's really great to see everybody virtually. And I'm looking forward to having some great conversations here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll note as we move on to our next participant, who is Ivan Trophamov, that in fact, we have translation services going today. Ivan will be speaking in Russian, but those of you who are listening at home will be listening to translated audio in English. And Ivan is also receiving Russian translation for the other panelists here today. So Ivan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья, товарищи.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, dear friends. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this very important panel. And I think that we as the indigenous youth of Russia are pretty sure that our agenda is very topical. And I think that today's program is very interesting, and I'm really happy to see the emerging youth leaders of the permanent participants. And we do see how important our agenda is, and I hope that we will have a very fruitful discussion today. And the indigenous youth of Russia, RIPON, will be participating in most projects, and I would like to highlight that our top priority right now is the International Symposium in the light of the upcoming chairmanship. And today I have Arturo Coteto with me from RIPON. And we will try to highlight the most topical issues for us, the issues related to the Arctic regions, and I hope we will be able to make up some conclusions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Spasibo большое. We'll have Artur speaking on the next panel as well, which is about sustainable development and infrastructure. So the last speaker, last but not least, will be Rena Squirrel from the Gwich'in Council International.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Here it is morning, so I'll say Van Gwinzi Shilakat. My name is Rena Squirrel. I am Tetle Gwich'in from Tetlejay. My grandmother is from Okro, Yukon, and she is a Vantak Gwich'in. I'm currently located on Treaty 6 territory in Edmonton, Alberta, here in Canada. I recently graduated from the University of Alberta with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Native Studies and a Bachelor of Secondary Education with a Native Studies major. So my original, what brought me to Edmonton was to go to school. I'm originally from the Northwest Territories, and we plan to move back up here eventually. But yeah, I grew up outside of the settlement area, the Gwich'in settlement area, and I feel like just lately I'm really learning more about my roots as a Gwich'in person, learning my language with my children. I got two little ones, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. They might run into the camera at some point, so I'm just warning you guys now. But yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I recently started working with the Gwich'in Council International as the project coordinator. A lot of my position is around food security and also energy initiatives. Two topics I'm so passionate about, and I'm so happy to be here with everyone, and yeah, to learn what everyone else has to say, and yeah, masitro. Thank you.
Thank you. And I spoke too soon by saying last. We have Darling Anderson here from Aleut International Association. We're excited to welcome you. Please introduce.
Anklach huzujich unangam tnu iland natoch asachtukuk amalam tnu iland darling asachtukuk isnam ilagana nechtukuk unangach akuk Anchorage or Anchorage ilananagagizak Unangam Ula Ilan Awazak. Thank you everyone for having me here today. My Unangak name is Chinatuch. I'm Unangak from Falls Pass, Alaska, and I currently live in Anchorage, Alaska on Denali Athabascan land. I'm the youth representative for Aleut International Association. I also work for Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association as the cultural coordinator here, and I'm currently spending a lot of time learning my Indigenous language, Nungam Tanu, and working as a regional team to preserve our language.
Thank you. So with everyone here today, some of you already have known each other and met each other in person in Rovaniemi, Finland in 2019. Many of you have been working together since then. So after hearing each other introduce yourselves, is there any remarks that you'd like to make, or should we jump right into questions? Okay, we'll jump in. The very first thing that really jumps out to me that I think is really important about this discussion is that many of you have some of your mother tongue and were speaking it to introduce yourselves. As we know, the languages we speak really form our worldviews and identity. And so I'm wondering, from each of your regions in the Arctic, where do you see your mother language being written or spoken? And where do you think it could be better utilized? Anyone can take it away.
I'll jump in. So for Inuit here in Canada, the Inuktitut is a very strong language, particularly Inuktitut, which is spoken majorly by Inuit in the eastern part of Canada. You know, we've been fairly lucky in a sense that our traditional language is still strong in many of our communities. Where Inuktitut is the language that children and youth are speaking at home. But there's also a lot of risks that are involved as well, where English is such a predominant language in Canadian society that many children and youth are hearing English every single day on TV, or, you know, if they have non-Inuit or non-Inuktitut speakers that are educators, for example. However, there's still, you know, other dialects that within the Inuit language that are being revitalized. That have been lost due to colonization. There's many efforts that are being put into place by regional Inuit organizations, you know, providing language programming in the communities, offering language classes in schools to try and revitalize and strengthen our language. I think we've been fairly lucky so far. However, I do caution that though we may be lucky that we still do have our language, we're still at risk of losing our language. And so it's so important to ensure that people are open to speaking Inuktitut, whatever dialect it is that they're in. You know, if it's somebody within the community, you know, it's so hard. Like for me, my first language is Inuktitut. I spoke this. It's the only language I knew up until I was around 10 years old. And then we moved from my home community of Nunavut, Canada to Southern Canada, whereas now I'm speaking English all the time. And it makes it very challenging. I can speak Inuktitut. I'm not fully fluent, but I have the ability to communicate still in Inuktitut. So I'm trying to teach my children at home the language and the importance of keeping that. However, we are also very limited as well in terms of resources. Particularly in Southern Canada, this is something that a lot of Inuit are plagued with in accessing programs or services that are in Inuktitut, because this is not our home community, this is not our region. So we don't necessarily have access to certain services that impact us, whether this is within the healthcare system, the education system, justice system. Really anywhere you go, it's all in English. And so there's a lot of concerns in that regard. But there's definitely a lot of efforts being put into place by our regions to try and revitalize this, or to try and provide more access that is Inuit specific and within the language of choice as well. But I think, for all of us, language is something that is so important, and our elders are the language carriers, they're the language holders, and so it's so important to keep that connection as well, and spending more time with our elders, especially out on the land, so that we can understand the traditional words, because I think the language has changed over time, in terms of whether this is from an environment perspective, or because the climate has changed so much. There's so many words that Inuit used to have that we don't hear anymore, because maybe that's non-existent anymore. So there's a lot of different things happening, and I'm just so grateful that our regions have been so open to ensuring that our language is strong in our communities.
I think that's really that you highlighted that, in fact, Indigenous languages do hold a lot of knowledge about the environment that we're living in the Arctic. And as the Arctic changes, that may change the language, but also the language itself has a lot of knowledge that we can glean about the changes that we see in the Arctic environment. Would anyone else like to speak to language home regions? Darling?
Yeah, I'll go right ahead. So our language, Unungamchnu, currently has 2 major dialects. Unfortunately, we've lost several dialects just over the years. And we do recently have a really strong program going where we're able to do a lot more immersion time, but a lot of our people don't live in the region, and especially living here in Anchorage, we don't have an opportunity to speak our language as often as we'd like. But I've been really grateful to be able to spend a majority of my work time being able to learn my language and take that out to our communities that don't have that language anymore. We have a lot of fluent understanders. Our extremely fluent speakers are aging, and often a lot of us are trying to take off the burden of teaching those languages. So trying to ramp up Indigenous language teachers in our region, and often a lot of times people assume just because you speak the language, you know how to teach the language, and especially with such a small group of people who have the ability to really understand our language, it's an even smaller group of people who are able to teach that language to more people. But I have been really grateful in the past 4 or 5 years to really focus on our Indigenous language, Unungamchnu. I didn't have an opportunity to learn the language a lot growing up. My mother didn't speak the language, just know things here and there. But just recently I got done with a workshop working specifically on our language for the last 2 weeks, and it's just been so refreshing to be able to really understand my elders better, to have dreams with our language in it, and it's just been really uplifting, and I can really see in a lot of our youth they're eager for it.
It's really great to hear that you were able to learn your language in work, and the revitalization initiatives are happening around the Arctic. So as people go around, if they'd also like to speak to the revitalization initiatives like Darling did, then you are welcome to do so.
Yeah, I can elaborate on that. As I mentioned in my introduction, I grew up outside of the Gwich'in settlement area, so there wasn't a whole lot of other Gwich'in people that, even if I did want to learn the language, I didn't have anybody that I could communicate with. And so it wasn't until recently that I really started taking it serious, trying to learn my language. There's about 9,000 Gwich'in people in Canada and Alaska. And of that amount, there's I would say 300 or 400 speakers of our language. So there's an urgency to learn it. And as I mentioned too, I'm in Edmonton, Alberta. So it's still kind of tough to learn, but there is a language app that I've been learning off of. Just recently, we started weekly Zoom meetings where we would learn the language. A lot of the people are back in Inuvik or Fort McPherson, and so it's just a really fun way for all of us to connect. And learning with my kids is amazing. Like, especially if I teach them something and they use it throughout the day. Like if my oldest son would tell his little brother, Dadinu. Dadinu means be quiet. So he's telling his brother these things now, and it just melts my heart every time. But like I noticed with my 4-year-old, like he's at the age too where like he picks up words really fast, and sometimes it's easier for him to say the Indigenous word than the English word. And we have Dinjiju. Dinjiju is the name of our language. We have signs throughout our house of how to say milk, or to how to say shoes or socks. And so we're trying to do what we can in our household to learn the language. And eventually, we're always going to be connected with our community somehow. So I'm just hoping that my vision, one day is my family and I, we'll talk to each other in our language, but then we'll also go back up north and talk with other friends and family up there. But we find a lot of strength in learning our language and are really proud of it. Masi.
I'm glad the little ones are getting the opportunity to learn and carry on that tradition. As we're moving from, as we spoke about earlier, we have the Icelandic chairmanship of the Arctic Council switching over to the Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council just this month. And one part of the chairmanship that we understand will be important is that we are in the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So I wonder, Yvonne, on your side of the world, what sort of action have you been seeing around the International Year of Indigenous Languages, if you don't mind speaking towards that?
Вы знаете, мы лидеры молодежи, наше движение.
As Indigenous youth of Russia, we have organized several conferences on the language preservation. And in the first place, for us, it is the exchange of experiences and best practices, because the language, it's the basics of our livelihood, of our traditions, and especially for the nomadic families, it is part of our traditional livelihoods and our families. And in February 2021, one of our colleagues developed an app to study the Iwenke language, and it is simultaneous interpretation between Iwenke and Russian. And we have a lot of initiatives like that in Russia, developing apps and websites, because it creates a wonderful opportunity for the young people to learn the language and to preserve the language in the first place. And we have a project on digitalization, on linguistic and cultural diversity of the Arctic. And it is one of the priorities, I guess, for this decade of Indigenous languages. Because today we have a lot of devices and gadgets, and there are so many technical opportunities to study languages via apps. And we are going to make it a part of our agenda, digitalization of the languages, and we are going to preserve the endangered languages. And I would like to express my gratitude to our elders who keep on the languages right now. And thanks to modern technologies, we can study indigenous languages, not only the Iwenke language that I mentioned, but many more. And that's why we hope that all the indigenous language of the world will be revitalized and preserved and developed. And us, the young people, we have to be responsible for that. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's really important to think about how we are combining these ancient languages with modern technology and propagating them. And that makes me want to turn it over to Annie to talk about your language, because I know that in Sapmi you have a university where the courses are taught in Northern Sami, and there's other digital solutions as well. So I'll ask you to elaborate more on that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, indeed, we have possibility to study different Sami languages in university. I myself am studying Northern Sami in university, but unfortunately that is not possible in all the different Sami languages. So we have we have 9 different Sami languages, and inside those languages we have multiple dialects. So unfortunately, it is not possible in all those, but hopefully someday. But I wanted I saw that there are a lot of similarities that the previous speakers were talking about that are also in Sapmi. And one thing that I started to think was when Crystal talked about how the language has changed, and that is actually mentioned in our declaration, that how our indigenous languages should be part of our everyday life. But the languages are changing all the time, and our way of life is kind of also changing. And sometimes we face situation when we are lacking the words, and we have to create or find out new words to our languages. I also almost every day I think, okay, how could I say this in Northern Sami? And actually in Sapmi we have this institution who is creating all the time new Sami languages in different to all these different Sami languages. And I think that is a really great way to keep our language alive, and also that way encourage the youth to use the languages, because if we don't have the words to express ourselves in the modern life, then I don't know if the youth are going to use the languages, our languages, because they are unable to express their feelings or themselves. So yes, I think that was my main point. And just to mention about the indigenous, the decade of the indigenous peoples' languages, I think there are a lot of amazing projects ongoing. And one example from Sapmi that we had was this writing competition for Sami youth, and they were able to participate in every different Sami language that they wanted to participate, and the only requirement was to write in Sami. So that way we wanted to encourage the youth to use the Sami languages, and not to think about if the language is perfect or if all the words are correct, but just to use it. And yeah, so Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I think that was a good roundtable. Joshua, I'll let you jump in if you want to speak to this question.
Yeah, I can add a little bit. It's kind of like how Annie had mentioned, there's a lot of common themes throughout the other countries and what we've got going on here in Alaska. There's a big push for revitalization of Inuit language, and there's real hunger for youth that weren't, traditionally raised around it to learn it and to, continue to learn it. So like the other countries and people here, it's a lot of the same similar situations.
Yes, and what it sounds like is that there's a lot of knowledge embedded within the languages. The languages are always changing. And so it's important from a policy perspective to have funded revitalization initiatives and also to provide opportunities to be speaking your Indigenous languages in your everyday lives, where you're living both inside your territories, but also when you have to move to the South for school or for work. So thank you all for those. And I will switch it a little bit because any of the declaration. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was wondering if I could speak a little bit to
Please
Athabascan. So with Athabascan language, what you heard from my introduction was a little bit of Deg-Hinog, which is actually one of 12 distinct dialects only on the Alaska side of the Athabascan language family. And so what is exciting about the Athabascan or Nakdene language family is that we actually extend throughout the areas known as Canada and into other areas of Turtle Island and are related to our Diné relatives or Navajo relatives in the lower 48. There's so many directions that we can take this conversation regarding language. And as you mentioned, there are many similarities. So I'll just highlight two of the initiatives that are ongoing. We have many initiatives that are started by some of our Alaska Native corporations and Alaska Native villages. Doyon Foundation in particular has been funding a lot of the Doyon region language initiatives, such as the one that is being headed by Dr. Laverne Dementif for Deg-Hinog, or the language that I was speaking earlier. And then Otna is also doing a lot in their region as well, particularly highlighting their immersion school, which is called Yaneda'a, and it's an immersion school for elementary students. And so if you look at what is happening in Alaska, like I get so excited every time I hear from Yaneda'a because it means that we have, next generation that are able to not only learn and be in the language every day, but also have all of the education that comes from learning your language interwoven into maybe more of a standard Western education system as well. So how are we really bringing together both educations so that young people can move forward with the worldview that English provides and the worldview that our own languages provide? Another initiative that was really exciting, or a project that is being headed by Willis Yaniver, is Dene Yati, which is actually a podcast that we just heard from during one of our during our podcasting project that we're working on right now. And Willis interviews everybody in the Dene language on a podcast, and he said part of the reason to that was that people could hear the language in a modern technological form and have it be incorporated into everyday life. So really discussing some of the current political issues that we're facing, as well as just everyday things that impact community members during his podcasting sessions. So that's something that I'm really excited about, is how are we bringing maybe some of these more forms or methods, such as audio recording that was done by anthropologists and elders, which really preserved our languages, and then maybe more modernizing or contemporizing those forms.
That's awesome. And it's also interesting to note about the public-private partnerships in really funding the revitalization initiatives as well. there's many different ways that they can be done, is what I'm hearing. Great. So as I said, we'll switch gears a little bit. You know, we hear that there's a lot of similarities in, especially with languages across the Arctic, but there's probably other similarities as well. And so I was wondering, for those of you who gathered in 2019 in Finland, what was your biggest takeaway from coming together as a circumpolar group of Indigenous peoples? What similarities and differences did you notice from being around each other? And what was the value of that collaboration?
I don't want to keep going first, but I'll jump in. It was such an empowering time. For me, it was really my first experience, you know, having different conversations with Indigenous groups across the Circumpolar region. And for myself, it was this eye-opener of how similar and common challenges we shared, and how, you know, our approach has always been land-based, environment-based, and having respect for the environment, the land, and your people. So, you know, the first time I wasn't really sure what to expect, to be honest. I was very new in my role for the National Inuit Youth Council and with ICC. So I was still trying to get my feet wet a little bit with that. And then adding the trip to Finland was an opportunity that it really kind of brought everything together and it made sense. You know, and I spent time with ICC, the ICC president for, sorry, not ICC president, for Inuit leaders that came there, Baututik Inuit Women of Canada and Nunet Sabut President Johannes. And I really got time to, I had this opportunity to ask them questions, to learn about their experience. It was almost like this mentorship, you know, and they're like, oh, this has been my experience and this is, you know, kind of our approach. And so it was a really great opportunity in that sense to have that one-on-one time with Inuit leaders. And then on top of that, to spend time with Indigenous youth of the Arctic, to better understand their needs, their challenges, or their best practices and what their communities are doing to, you know, whether this is from, you know, a localized perspective, what they're doing in their communities or their regions, or even within their country. Yeah, it was absolutely empowering. It was so inspirational. It was motivational. It was everything in between that you can think of. Really, it was a phenomenal job. And I really thank those that facilitated that for their time and their effort in bringing everybody together. Because it is, you know, we do have this common, we have so much commonalities just in terms of sustaining our communities and, you know, the socioeconomic aspect of our lives and socio-cultural aspect of our lives. And there's just so much commonalities. And I think there's this, you can bridge these gaps when you have that relationship. So building relationships now, I think, is so important. It was mentioned earlier, you know, we're the future leaders of our people. This is why we're here. We want to continue this engagement. We want to have these relationships so that someday, if we do end up, you know, in those kinds of positions, we've already built a solid, trusting relationship with our Indigenous brothers and sisters across the Circumpolar region, and understand, you know, the various challenges and know, you know, what work has been done before. So you've kind of got that history as well. So it's been inspiring for me and such a humbling and amazing experience to be part of.
That's lovely to hear. And I think that you're right, that relationships are really a huge part of everything that we do, but it's also when we're thinking in terms of policy, that growing our relationships between peoples across borders is a huge part of being able to make things happen and create the policies that we want to see. And many of you have been working together since the declaration as well, outside of Rovaniemi during this COVID-19 pandemic, been working remotely. So how have you all been working together? Maybe we can start with Annie, and others might want to chime in.
Yes, I just want to mention that Crystal said kind of everything that I was also thinking and feeling after the AYLS. It was an amazing event, and it's hard to understand that that was the first official gathering of the Arctic Indigenous youth. So I think it was about the time to happen. But yes, I think in that event, we all felt that we don't want it to be only like once in a lifetime event, and that we want to continue our collaboration after that, and we want to continue working together. And like Kristen said, that we noticed that there are a lot of challenges and concerns that we share, and that those solutions can also be similar, and that we want to work together towards those solutions. And after that, yes, in there we wanted to create something permanent, and we established this Arctic Council, Arctic Youth Council Network. I think the name changed, and I think we didn't kind of decide what will be the exact name, and that we want to, through that network, we want to continue our work. And then quite soon after that, we heard from PPs that they have decided to establish PP Youth Network, and that idea was the follow-up from the AYLS, and that they had seen how eager and willing we are to take part of their work, and we want to be included, and we want to get our voices heard, and we are not only the future, but we are already now, and we wanted to be part of our future in the Arctic. So they saw our strong representation in Rovaniemi, and follow up from that, they wanted to take us to the PP work, and then the PP youth representatives were elected, and I think we had our first meeting we were just talking about this last week. When was the first meeting? I think it was in April or May. I think April. Maybe someone can help me with the concrete date. But yes, since that we have been part of, yes, 2020, sorry, 2020 in April. Yes, of course, the first steps were to get to know the work of the PPs, and to get into their work, and to also get to know Arctic Council's work, and to think like what do we want to achieve, and what is our position. But after that, we are full speed, and actually currently we are running the first joint project, a storytelling initiative, and maybe Denali can tell more about that project, but it's part of the 25th anniversary of the Arctic Council. But yes, I will stop there, and if someone else wants to fill me up, please do it.
Yeah, Denali, would you like to tell us about the podcasting project a little?
Yeah, I thank you, Annie, for going over all that history. It's crazy that we're already calling it history as well. And considering that it has been 2 years since our first meeting, and oh yeah, we, as Annie has mentioned, we are working now on a joint project underneath Indigenous People Secretariat, and are thankful to have the blessings of the permanent participants and the guidance of the permanent participants during this project. We are looking at celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Arctic Council. And so we're gathering together youth from across our region, permanent participant youth, as well as other youth from across our regions, to speak to the stories from each of our distinct areas and receive mentorship from different media experts, storytelling experts from across our region. We know that we have been storytellers since time immemorial, and we have always orated our knowledge. And so we've chosen podcasting as a form to kind of educate in many ways on the Arctic Council and be able to disseminate, what the Arctic Council is for those people across our regions that don't know or haven't had access to high-level forums such as this. And then I think that there's a really creative aspect of it as well, where youth from across our region can highlight what stories they want to really bring to the forefront and say, this is what's important to us right now. This is what we see in the Arctic, and this is how we want the future of the Arctic to be shaped. So we're really trying to highlight some of this, story or this history of how the Arctic Council came to be, how the Youth Permanent Participant Network came to be, and make space for youth to join us, as well as then speaking to, kind of this imagination or what we want to see implemented in the policy arena, in the academic arena, in our communities.
One of the topics that is discussed in the Arctic Council and seems of particular importance to the permanent participants and the youth around this panel is about food sovereignty and security. As we know, traditional food practices are fundamental to food security and core to Arctic identities. I think that's a quote directly from your 2019 declaration. So what are some practical ways to increase Indigenous people's control over the practice and development of their livelihoods? Have you seen or heard of successful initiatives? This is for anyone who'd like to answer, but perhaps we'll start with Rena.
Yes, for sure. Thank you. So as I was going to university, my summer job was the community garden program coordinator in the Northwest Territories. So I traveled to all 33 communities to work with the community to grow their own food and to develop a community garden. And it was the best summer job ever. I loved it so much. I learned so much too. And when I explain my work, like what I do to people like down south, they're just like, what? Like, you can't grow stuff in the Arctic? But I explain, like, we have 24-hour sunlight in the summertime. So our growing season is shorter, but it's because of the 24-hour sunlight, it's a great growing season. And it was just like, it was just so I see the benefit of it. We have people who are hunting and fishing off the land already. And if we were to incorporate a community garden, that would help, get us closer to being, towards food security. And it's something that is still continuing today. There are still communities out there that grow enough potatoes for like the whole community for the winter. And I just see a lot of potential in going this route. And that's what I'm really excited about, working with the Gwich'in Council International. This is going to be a big part of my work, is reaching out to the Gwich'in communities and seeing exactly where everyone is at in regards to food security. And, what can we do to enhance that? But yeah, no, I see a lot of value in growing your own food. Like right now at the grocery stores in the north, like food is so expensive, especially for, fresh fruits and vegetables. It's almost non-existent. And it's not fair for people to be subjected to that. Like diabetes and, heart disease is a big one in our communities. And I think that by growing our own food and, trying to maintain a traditional diet is going to help in that area. But yeah, I just wanted to share that. And yeah, definitely pro food security. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's that's really important to highlight that, yes, we can grow food in some places, and the veggies are sweeter. The carrots are yummier when they grow up here in 24-hour sunlight. And in addition to that, people have traditional livelihoods like hunting and reindeer herding, as Yvonne mentioned. So would anyone like to speak to that angle of food security?
This is Darling. I just go really quick. Like my people in Untitled are, we heavily rely on fishing for a lot of our food security. But recently we have had the opportunity to bring in more greenhouses into our communities. So we don't, very similar. It's not, it doesn't snow very much where I'm from, but it rains a lot and we have a lot of storms. Some similar situation with the stores, along with food security. We also need our economic sovereignty, and it can be so difficult for people with the limited amount of jobs to be able to afford healthy foods in those regions. A lot of our food is coming in by barge, and when they get food on the barge, it's in Seattle. It's usually never fresh when it ends up here. So increasing the ability of our, food and land sovereignty, be able to not have an unnecessary amount of oversight over our hunting practices, and not, people are really trying to have an understanding of why we have this connection with our land and with our food and why it's so important to who we are as people, I think is really important.
It is, thank you. I'd just like to drop in while you all are thinking for the audience that we will be taking questions from the audience in the later half of the panel. So please send your questions to polar@wilsoncenter.org. It's polar@wilsoncenter.org. And yeah, go ahead, Denali.
Yeah, I'll just hop in here. Sorry, I always wait. Terrible Zoom.
You can jump in whenever.
I can't wait till we can be in person. Yeah, I think that's something that's really important and that I've been grappling with. And I know a lot of people across our regions have been grappling with is what does it look like to navigate these spaces, these policy spaces, or or the lives that we live within the current economic capitalist apparatus that we're in addition to practicing our subsistence and our food practices. And that for me is kind of the crux of food sovereignty that we are facing right now. I have family members that have a hard time being able to take time off of work in order to go back home to practice our subsistence life ways, whether that is fishing or moose hunting or berry picking. And what does it mean not to be able to fill up your freezer and then have to get caught in the system where you're needing to go to a 9-to-5 job in order to put food on the table. And we know that food prices right now are only going up. So this conversation around how do we how do we increase food sovereignty in the Arctic, whether that is our subsistence practice and being able to truly practice that life way, because it is something that, that's knowledge that needs to be continued. And the only way that it's going to be continued is if you have a fish on your table and you're able to cut it and you're able to go through that entire process of hanging your strips. And that can include, and in many ways, often brings in aspects of language revitalization and discussions around policy and discussions around governance. And that's how we teach. So that's crucial. And then the other aspect that, I think Rena was really speaking to is how do we grow our food? How do we grow in the Arctic? And we know that we can. And so how are we designing community gardens or spaces where people feel comfortable and encouraged to really grow these seeds? And we can see that many of our communities do this. So how are we investing in the infrastructure and in a community practice that allows people to grow carrots, to grow cabbage, and some of these other foods that come from farther south. So I think, if there's any two takeaways that are really at the forefront of my mind, is this, this practicing these traditional life ways and having the time to do it away from the economic system that we're in, which will ultimately allow for the true stewardship of our lands from both a traditional practice as well as the stewardship that we can see within an agricultural system that is much more aligned with a living and healthy, breathing waters and lands.
Thank you. I think as we talk about all of these diverse issues, from language to food security, that one principle that really goes throughout these when we're talking about policy making are the principles of free, prior, and informed consent. I've also heard quite a bit, nothing about us without us, and other full consultation principles. So would you all elaborate a little bit more on what those are and what they mean, how people should think about them when they're thinking about policy? Go ahead, Ivan.
Я бы хотел продолжить тему
I would
продовольствия.
like continue on food security in terms of hunting, because I think it's a very topical issue. And I think one of the most topical issues on the Russian agenda is the development of the Northern Sea route, because in this case, we will have the annual supply for the Arctic indigenous peoples. It is necessary to develop aviation, both on the country level, on the national level, and on the regional level. And as for the traditional livelihoods and hunting, it is a part of our life. It is the basics of our life. And in this regard, I think we shouldn't think about the money, how much it will cost us, but those who are engaged in traditional livelihoods, they should get support from the state. And as of February 7, 2022, Russia is planning to introduce the system to make a census of all the indigenous peoples who live on the territory of Russia. And thus we would like to pass several acts to support the Arctic indigenous peoples in developing of their traditional livelihoods. Because in this case, they will be able to get benefits for hunting, for fishing, and other privileges in this regard. And that's for the food security for the Arctic indigenous peoples. I think it's a very topical issue for us. And we as permanent participants, as the youth leaders, I think we should discuss developing aviation in the Arctic and the development of the Northern Sea route, because it should be general purpose aviation for the most remote areas of our country. Because in Russia, there are 8 large regions that belong to the Arctic zone, and we are trying to promote this agenda. And I hope that together with the dialogue, with the consultation, we will be able to attain this, both in our country and beyond Russia. And I hope it will be a vital part of the Russian agenda in the Arctic Council and as part of the declaration that we have already discussed. If we adopt this clause in the declaration promoting food security, I think it will be a great opportunity for us, for the young leaders, to act. And that's why I'm really proud to be here with you. I'm really honored to discuss these topical issues. And I hope we will be able to promote fruitful dialogue in the future as well. Here in Russia, we do have experience in these matters. And I think that only through dialogue and negotiations, we will be able to resolve the most Arctic indigenous issues. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a really important what you bring up about the actual supply chains for food as well. Those of us in Anchorage, Darling, here with me, will see we have the largest float plane airport in North America right here, because a lot of food is being shipped out to our rural communities. And so it is really important to have the support both to transport food and to be able to sustain traditional lifestyles, as Denali talked about, that people have to work as well and need to have some sort of income. And so it is crucial that there's some sort of support to continue these traditional lifestyles and food practices. That is great. So this is one of the central policy issues, is food security. And I wonder, would anyone like to speak next to the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, and actually other central policy issues that you'd like to bring up?
I can start if anyone else doesn't want to. Yes, when talking about FPIC, first thing that comes to my mind is that we should be able to say no, or we should have the possibility to say no. As we know, the interest to the Arctic has grown quite enormously during due to the climate change and the rapidly melting Arctic. And there are all the time new infrastructure plans, renewable energy projects, mines, etc., planned to our homeland that are threatening our way of life. We are all the time trying to adapt to the changing environment, to the climate change. And addition to that, at the same time, these new industrial developments are approaching. So we are attacked from all the ways. And our life depends on the land and to the connection with the land. And if there is no land, there is no us. And our culture and livelihoods and the way of life are interconnected with the land. So it's our base of life. And in these cases, these industrial developments, or that I mentioned before, the projects that could harm that connection and could harm our cultures, we should have the right to say no to those plans. And instead of just having a dialogue, to have actual possibility to be part of the decision making and be part of the planning processes already at an early stage, and not only to bring the ready plan to us and like, okay, we know that this will be harmful for you, but we have already made all the plans. Well, for example, in Sápmi, we are threatening to lose our land to renewable energy productions, such as windmill parks and mines and infrastructure. And these industrial developments would be fatal to our way of life. Reindeer herding and these such industrial projects in the traditional grazing lands, they cannot coexist. So there are no solutions that can be made, or if there are solutions, we are the ones to cost with our culture. And I think that if we want to be able to live in the Arctic the way that we and our ancestors have lived, and if we want to see our future generations to be able to live in the Arctic, things need to change, and we have to be able to affect to our life when it is about our future and our way of life. And I think these are all interconnected. If we lose our way of life, if we lose our traditional livelihoods, we lose our languages, we lose our food sovereignty. So they are all connected. Thank you.
Thank you. They are absolutely connected. And what I heard really prominently there is that we do have to have free, prior, and informed consent, but that also means that not just to be told and say yes, but also have the right to say no. Thank you for that. Joshua, what about you? Would you like to elaborate a bit on Nothing About Us Without Us and FPIC?
Yeah, I think Annie did a great job of kind of explaining how we feel about, PIC and the importance of actually saying no. Because historically, a lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times, projects or type of development, with Indigenous people, you kind of get told what's happening versus being involved and having the option to choose whether stuff like that happens. So just being involved in the conversations and the planning of, any type of, development or whatnot is vitally important for, I think, the Indigenous communities, and that, that continues to happen as, the Arctic is, like Annie had mentioned, gaining more interest around the world from, various countries and whatnot. So I think, the ability to participate and have your voice heard and being able to express your concerns and actually see, actions taken on your concerns is very important. And I think that, as we continue to move forward, that we continue to do that.
Great. We have about 10 minutes left in our discussion here. So I am wanting to set the stage for the rest of the 2-day symposium that we're going to have. You all are the very first panel, and I think that's very fitting as you are the First Nations in the Arctic. The next panels that we're going to have will be on infrastructure and sustainable development, on climate change and biodiversity action and research, and on political leadership. And based on our discussion today, it really seems like all of those issues are topical to you and things that you have spoken about already. So my question is that one of the final statements in your declaration from 2019 was, we encourage the change of mindset from Western to Indigenous for all peoples. So when we're thinking about sustainable development, infrastructure, climate change, and biodiversity action and research, and in politics and policy, what do you think that would look like? What are some of your ideas for how we might move in that direction in the next 25 years? And anyone can jump in here.
Знаете, я скажу.
Yes, let me comment on that. That's true. That's the major outcome of our work is the declaration. And we see that the declaration shall not only encompass all the current issues, but it shall also aim for the future. And here, I would like to thank all our colleagues, the youth leaders and the permanent participant youth. We agreed at our meetings that we are talking not only about the declaration and its text, but also about the plan of implementation of those decisions that we put in this declaration. For us, as the young leaders representing the permanent participants, this is a chance to show the particular steps that we can take in order to resolve all these issues. And I think that this is our major objective. We shall not only propose something, we shall also do something. We shall take particular concrete steps in order to implement it. We shall address these proposals and these particular steps to the states, to the business, to the academic society. And this shall be the reflection of our vision about the future, where we want to move. We need to think about the forthcoming years and think of a concrete plan of action, the implementation of those provisions that we include into the declaration. So if we take this approach, then we will show that we are not only talking ardently from high podiums, but we are competent professionals. We are leaders. We can suggest agenda and the means of implementation of this agenda. So we shall not only talk about the problems, we should also think about the ways to resolve them. I want to thank my colleagues, the Secretariat for the Indigenous Peoples, for their support of our position. And we suggest that we need to plan our actions, and each permanent participant shall work on this. And we need to regularly update such a plan of implementation. And if we continue working in this way, if we will continue updating this plan based on our discussions, panel sessions, then we will really have a robust plan that will work for the Arctic youth. And this is the contribution that we can make. We will show that we are professionals, and thus we will transit from just a unit into a more professional movement. I think this is important to follow this path, and I want to thank all of you for your work. I think that within this panel, we've already mentioned all the major issues that we want to resolve, and they are common challenges that are shared within the Arctic region. The future is up to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's exactly right. I mean, you see all the people standing before you, sitting before you are strong leaders and professionals and have the knowledge and expertise to be able to talk about policy issues. That's one of the main takeaways from this symposium. Anyone else briefly?
If I may, I concur with everything that Ivan has said. I had goosebumps as he was speaking, and I could really feel his passion and his passion for his people and passion for the Arctic and the need for change. I'd literally had goosebumps head to toe. And I think our leaders have so much more patience than we do, to be totally honest with you. Because our leaders before us and the leaders now have been so consistent with messaging, so open about here are the challenges and here are the solutions and here's how we can get through it. They've been, still battling this out, whether this is on a national level or an international level. It's so hard to get non-Indigenous states to really understand the situations that our people are in, and the need to not look at everything in such a scientific way, but to look at how you can incorporate Indigenous knowledge with science. Indigenous people are the people that know the land. They know where certain things are and what changes they've seen, and it makes only sense to work collaboratively with Indigenous people. And I think that's really all about the declaration, is that collaboration, that inclusivityness, but not just, in terms of Indigenous youth, but as a whole, the importance of working together. Because if you're not communicating, and this is, Indigenous people have been communicating so loudly for so many years that I think as youth, and this is just my perspective, as youth, we're just tired of it. We don't have the same patience as our leaders do, where we're like, okay, we've heard this over and over again. We've seen this leader do this and this leader say this, and we've seen it all, we've heard it all. And now we're just like, we're done. We're like, okay, well, we want to be involved. We want to participate actively. We want to be part of this change. We have ideas. We have potential solutions. Let's work together so that we can, move past this and start looking at it from a lens of cultural safety and land safety. And I think that's really the essence of this declaration, is that collaboration and the absolute need to be inclusive. Between all parties, not just being inclusive from an Indigenous youth perspective, but also the need for states to recognize that Indigenous people are the number one importance when it comes to the changes that are happening in the Arctic, because they're the ones that are local. They have the knowledge, they have the experience. And we've been saying we're willing to help here, but you need to be collaborative with us.
Thank you. I can hear the passion in your voice too. I get goosebumps for a second time. So we have about 3 minutes left. So I think we could take one more person if you'd like to contribute your knowledge and expertise. Or if you are ready, we can also start our break and we can get a little bit extra time for coffee before we go on to the next panel. Okay. I'd just like to thank you all for being here. Over the past 2 years, I think you all have been putting in a lot of hours in a time that is very difficult for the entire world. So I'd just like to thank you for contributing your time and your knowledge in this very, very busy time for the Arctic. And I really hope that that the audience that's watching now will scroll down. There's a hyperlink to the declaration from 2019. So you can go there and see exactly what these leaders before you. In addition, I think there was about 24 Arctic youth delegates at the Arctic Youth Leaders Summit. So please take a look and see what policy objectives they have more in depth and find ways to amplify these words, because as Crystal said, people have been saying these things for a very long time, and it just takes people listening to create more collaboration and work in these central policy issues. So with that, let's take a break. And for the rest of the audience, we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes at 2:10 p.m. Eastern for a discussion on infrastructure and sustainable development in the Arctic. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got some good coffee refills. We are ready for our second panel, which is on infrastructure and sustainable development. And it will be moderated by Mr. Jack Durkee, who is a program associate with the Polar Institute and the manager of the Arctic Infrastructure Inventory through the Wilson Center. Jack, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Michaela, and good morning to everyone from Anchorage, Alaska, and thank you for joining the inaugural The Arctic in 25 Years, the International Youth Symposium. As Michaela said, my name is Jack Durkee, and I'm the program associate for the Wilson Center's Polar Institute, where I manage the Arctic Infrastructure Inventory, a database of infrastructure projects across the Arctic and other strategic initiatives. I will serve as moderator of this next panel and will do so on behalf of the Wilson Center's Polar Institute and our partners at Arctic Frontiers, the Arctic Council Permanent Participants Youth, and the Arctic Youth Ambassadors. I do want to give a quick shout out to Michaela Stith, who has brought this symposium from a vision to what we see today and has done all of the heavy lifting from our side. This upcoming panel will focus on infrastructure and sustainable development in the Arctic. More specifically, we'll focus on the growing interest in shipping, resource extraction, and foreign investment, all within the context of the impacts of climate change in the Arctic and what political principles, processes, and practices might accompany the shift from an extractive economy to a regenerative one. We'll also touch upon the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the role of telecommunications in infrastructure, and how it can support traditional economies, and the characteristics of a robust consultation and engagement frameworks between developers and local and Indigenous communities. If you, the viewers, have questions or other topics you'd like the speakers to comment on today, please submit them to polar@wilsoncenter.org. That's POLAR@wilsoncenter.org. And we will get to your questions later in our discussion today. We have a fantastic lineup today to discuss sustainable development in the Arctic. First, in alphabetical order, we have Taylor Holshouser, Director of Business Development at the Alaska Ocean Cluster and a research fellow with the Wilson Center's Polar Institute. Second, Ruth Miller is the Climate Justice Director for Native Movement. Third, Arturo Coteto, Vice Chair of the Russian Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North Youth Council. Fourth, Chloe Scott, Research Associate, Arctic Program with the Clear Sea Center for Responsible Marine Shipping. And fifth is Ole Anderson, a reindeer herder and also works at the Sami Parliament in Norway. Viewers can find the speakers' full bios on the event webpage, which is where you likely are viewing the stream currently. With that, I think we are ready to go. So Taylor, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jack. And I'm going to share my screen here. Well, thank you, Jack, and thank you, Michaela, and thank you to all of the organizers of this conference. It has been very enlightening and enlivening so far, and I'm looking very much forward to this panel and the future panels. My name is Taylor Holshouser. I'm the Director of Business Development at the Alaska Ocean Cluster and a research fellow here at the Wilson Center. I'm here today to talk about a few things that we're doing at the Ocean Cluster, explain our approach to sustainable development, talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we see and opportunities, and also highlight some reflections, some lessons learned that we have taken in our time here. Here we go. So the Ocean Cluster is on a mission, and that mission is to grow Alaska's sustainable ocean economy. We define that simply as all economic activity that takes place in Alaska coastal waters to the exclusion of oil and gas. and other kind of extractive industries. So that includes fisheries, tourism, mariculture, transportation, renewable power, et cetera. A little bit about what we do. So we work in conjunction with coastal communities, maritime ministries, and government agencies to accelerate ocean tech startups. And that can be everything from startups that are looking to scale to go from pre-seed to Series A, the typical venture capital route, or companies that don't have that scalable future. So those are small businesses to medium-sized enterprises that offer what we define as a solution to a known ocean problem or opportunity. Each startup joins our program kind of on an ad hoc basis, but we deliver for them a series of a package of services that can include data insights, strategic guidance, connections to key stakeholders. What we're trying to do is essentially take something from the idea stage to product deployment. We launched our first cohort here in January. We have 2 companies right now, one called Blue Ocean Gear, which makes smart buoys to attach to fixed line fisheries, so crab pots, cod pots, as well as long lines, and another company called Pole Arctic, which provides oceanographic and climate data using, or forecasts using machine learning and artificial intelligence. Right now, they're working on some sea ice forecasting to improve safety of vessels at sea, as well as operations for the interaction of industries and Indigenous groups in Canada. We also have a project that I can't announce, but which is in the works, working on full seafood utilization. So that's trying to take current seafood utilization from a rate of about 60% across Alaska seafood species up to 100%. So that's utilizing all of the fish. You may be asking, okay, why now? Frankly, it's time to act. Our oceans are reaching a tipping point. We're seeing this with majority of fisheries worldwide are being overfished. We're seeing it with climate change and the addition of carbon into the atmosphere leading to ocean acidification. We're seeing it with plastics. We're seeing it with unsustainable practices. The Ocean Cluster believes that technological innovation will be key to solving most of these challenges, with everything from IUU fishing to plastic waste to taking advantage of new opportunity, including multi-trophic aquaculture, precision fishing. That's integrating technological communication devices, integrating smart data analytics, integrating new material sciences into traditional practices. And we think that the Arctic is a great place to do this. We see in Alaska, I grew up in Alaska, I've spent a lot of time on the water. We see Alaska as a test bed for these technologies, and we really believe that through international cooperation and communication, as well as decreased travel barriers, we can really show the world what it means to do technological innovation properly. So this leads me to a bit of the reflections we've had so far. In our time at the Ocean Cluster, one of the things we're realizing is that teeny, small initial differences can lead to radically different outcomes, and you don't need to change a lot to radically alter the future. Small improvements in communications technology can lead to drastically safer vessel operations at sea. Small communications or small devices can lead to improved sustainable fisheries. We just need to start tinkering. And to tinker, really, we need to be able to distribute lots of bets across or a lot of money across lots of small bets. But to do that, we need to be able to have the public infrastructure, the basic infrastructure like roads, like ports, like broadband internet, to be able to communicate, to be able to travel. We need robust education systems so that tech jobs are coming from our communities, not from just global institutions, so that Alaskans can serve, and not just as workers, tech workers, but as tech founders. We need cross-border cooperation and collaboration because ideas aren't always rooted to one place. They can be cross-border, and sometimes really great ideas emerge, but they need to be shared. And those kinds of best practices are best facilitated in forums like this. And we need risk capital to understand the Arctic and be respectful for the conditions and the requirements that needed to operate here. And that means having venture capital come to the state, come to the north, but understand that it can't operate the way it does in Silicon Valley or Southern California. It needs to be understanding of the conditions on the ground. And I always like to end with storytelling. This is something we recognize increasingly at the Ocean Cluster, that we need to be able to tell the story of the North. We need to be able to tell the story of the Arctic. We need folks to understand that there's a history to this place, and that there's a very long tradition of innovation, of technological innovation, of cooperation, that it's not just new lands. that things have been going on here for a very long time and people have solutions. But we can all, I think, benefit when we cooperate. So I don't want to take too much more time. This is the much condensed version of my typically longer pitch. But I would say I would conclude with we need to tinker, and we need to have respect for those that do and respect for the people who are already doing it. So with that, I will turn it over to Ruth and back to the moderators. Thanks, guys.
Great, thank you, Taylor. Ruth, over to you.
Yachlidu everyone, Ruth Miller Gustanish Ijich Ushivak Isinch Iji, then in a kana chef kun kanash u chakayangas nanish ite, Takayakak Suguyas Dudach u Chickenikali Kidiki, Eko Gasnan Chukushakaya Kilandach u Chickenek Yetel, Henad Bagut Yachli at Sette. My English name is Ruth Miller. My Dena'ina Athabasca name is Shavaik Isin, and I presently serve as the Climate Justice Director for a statewide Indigenous matriarchal nonprofit called Native Movement. But my family is from the Lake Clark region, where Dena'ina, with some roots in Bristol Bay as well, and I grew up here in Dena'ina territory in Takayakak in Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm so happy to be contributing on this panel. I was honored and just blessed to have the opportunity to listen in on the past panel with our Arctic youth representatives. And it's so always galvanizing and inspiring to hear from our Indigenous youth leaders. And I'm proud to stand with them. Today, when we talk about just transition, you know, I believe that I will be presenting a bit of a different perspective, and I chose not to use slides because I'd really like to encourage a bit more of a conversational style as we start to envision what just transition means for Alaska. And so, you know, speaking, we speak in my culture with our stories first. And so when just transition began circulating as language we were using in Alaska, first we have to recognize that just transition frameworks came largely from the labor movement of the 60s and 70s. And through Movement Generation, a really incredible widespread nonprofit that does a lot of civic engagement work, the just transition framework came to our nonprofit sector here in Alaska a number of years ago. But when we first began talking about just transition, transitioning our economy from an extractive economy towards a regenerative economy, we understood immediately that this does not just live in the realm of industry, technological innovation, in a corporate or business mindset. What is needed to transition an economy, meaning the management of home, from one of extraction and exploitation to one of regeneration, is deep healing. But it also means returning to our Indigenous lifeways and our cultural and socio-political structures that enabled us to live in a regenerative economy for thousands and thousands of years. My people have been here for over 30,000 years on these lands. And so, you know, Taylor, when you mentioned, you know, the long history of technological innovation, that technological innovation began with us. And it was Indigenous innovation that first established reciprocal means, harmonious means of living with our Alaskan lands and waters and airs. And so when we first began talking about just transition, of course, the first thing that we did was we went to our elders and we said, what does this mean? What does this mean to us? What does this look like for us? And in the Benti Kanaga language of the Lower Tanana Dene, we were given the phrase Kotr'elne, which means remembering forward. It means we remember. Just transition is remembering forward. It's taking Indigenous and land-based solutions that enabled our communities to thrive in reciprocal relationships with our lands and waters and one another, and to bring the value-based system and the justice lens that informed regenerative economies then, pre-colonization and contact, to now bring us to solutions out of the climate crisis that we are in now. And so when we think of Kotr'elne, obviously remembering forward encourages us to look at the multiplicity of ways our society can engage in just transition, not just through new business ventures, but thinking about what type of relationship we want to have with our lands and waters and what is the role for each of us within that. So from these conversations, the Just Transition Collective was born, and we held our first Just Transition Summit, titled Kotr'elne, in January of 2020, which feels like so long ago, and also just the blink of an eye. At the summit, we gathered over 200 participants, including some of our really incredible movement leaders from the lower 48, to bring multitudes of different sectors together to talk about what just transition in art and activism looks like, what just transition in an oil economy to a regenerative economy looks like, what it looks like for fishing and subsistence, what it looks like for language revitalization and our educational and healthcare structures. And so really it's crucial that we think about just transition not as, learning how to engage sustainable development, but how to be willing to disengage exploitative and extractive practices and to begin to shift the mindset that we bring to our lands and communities towards methodologies of reciprocity and sustainability. So really, sustainable development is not really the vocabulary that I ever use when I think of just transition, because we need to also begin embracing the concept of degrowth and relocalization and how to tend to our community needs, particularly the needs of the Indigenous peoples and people of color and low-income folks who live closest to the land and suffer first and worst from the climate crisis. So, not only thinking about, what relocalization means from a business perspective, but how can we bring our workers along with this? What types of retraining will be necessary to shift our economies from oil and gas economies and towards sustainable growth models that also engage community leadership and Indigenous leadership. In our last panel, our participants might recognize, some of the discussion about free, prior, and informed consent, which is a crucial aspect of not just respect, but of any it's the baseline for Indigenous stewardship. It's the baseline for any economic development that hopes to contribute to a just transition, engaging the free, prior, and informed consent of all communities impacted, especially Indigenous communities, around any development project, including sustainable development models, including renewable energy systems, which will still take the extraction of minerals to support. And ensuring that it is the people who are living closest in relationship to not only our lands and waters, but of course the food systems that continue to perpetuate our life cultures, the vejek, the caribou, the denegi, the moose, the sika, the salmon, that are also going to be devastated, potentially devastated by even renewable energy projects if they are not placed well, if they are not constructed conscientiously, and if they are not engaging the leadership of our Indigenous communities. And so I really think it's important to be critical as we also think towards, creative new solutions to the extractive economy and ensure that just transition is centered on justice and is centered on community participation and engagement in meaningful ways. And so to me, when I'm thinking of just transition, it's not only what policies and practices we must encourage, it's also what protections we must ensure for our communities that not only are the most vulnerable to the climate crisis and the most vulnerable to extractive development impacts, but additionally hold our greatest solutions and have 30,000 years of expertise and knowledge that direct what reciprocity with this land, with the Arctic, with Alaska can look like. And so I'll pause there because I'm really excited for our talking, our visiting. But Chikanik, thank you for letting me share, and I'm looking forward to our next conversation.
Thank you, Ruth. And I think you bring up a lot of important points about what sustainable development should mean in the Arctic context. And, we'll pick up the themes that were mentioned in the previous panel on free, prior, and informed consent later when we have the group discussion, but we'll get to more of that then. Next up, Arturo Coteto, over to you.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Меня зовут Артур Певкович.
Dear colleagues, my name is Arturo Coteto. I represent RIPON at this panel discussion, and I'm extremely happy and honored to participate in this panel discussion. And I would like to tell you a little bit about myself. I come from the nomadic reindeer herding family in the Arctic. And besides presenting RIPON, I also represent the regional organization of youth. And I work in Yamal-Nenets autonomous region right now. I'm working with the indigenous communities on the indigenous issues in the Arctic at the municipal level. And as for the indigenous peoples who live in the Arctic, I think that today we continue developing the Arctic. And I think that we should find solutions, new technological solutions towards the development of the Arctic. As our previous speaker has mentioned, we should find solutions that will allow us to preserve the indigenous peoples on their traditional lands and not pose additional threats. And we should remember about the permafrost and other critical issues. For example, this year, in one of the regions, in one of the settlements where my parents live, all winter there was ice cover on the ground. And then it started raining intensively. And I think it is the sign of how industrial development influences the climate. And due to this reason, a lot of reindeer unfortunately died because they just couldn't get through this ice cover to their food, to lichen. And these problems that we face as reindeer herders, it is the result of the industrial development of the Arctic in the first place. And I think that we should find solutions together with the large enterprises who come to the Arctic, because some of them, they do help us, they do help reindeer herders. And that's why I think it is very important to negotiate, to have dialogues with the local authorities, with the people who live in the region. Because we say that large enterprises, they should be socially oriented, but I think that we should get this precise wording, that they should be socially responsible, not just oriented, because they should be responsible for what they do. They should be liable for that, because they should develop the infrastructure, but not abandon it afterwards, but continue develop it as well. And in general, you know, I'm not an expert. I come from the reindeer herding family. I live in tundra, so I won't dwell upon this issue any longer. It's just my personal opinion that I would like to communicate, and I hope that I will be able to make small interventions further on. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Certainly able to have interventions once we get to the group discussion. I'll have a couple questions specific to you about you know, what the Yamal LNG and that plant has done, if they have done anything with the indigenous communities in Yamal. Next, we'll go over to Ole Anderson for your presentation.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak to this event. It is a great honor. If you can just turn on to the next slide. I will talk from a reindeer herder's perspective, but with some other background also. As a reindeer herding living in the Arctic, we are heavily impacted by the climate change already, but we're also heavily impacted by infrastructure's development. If you just click one more. On my right side, you see chart map over northern Norway, and the first arrow points out our winter pasture. It's an inland winter pasture for our reindeer. And if you click once more, you will see our summer pasture in a coastal area near Tromsø. And click just one more. And I also work at the Sami Parliament as an advisor, working in the Department for Livelihoods. Today is Norwegian Constitution Day, National Day. Congratulations to all the Norwegians, included the Sami people in Norway. But it's also an important event this week for the reindeer herders. There's something that we call body squat that is happening now. It's the female reindeers are calving right now, most of the female reindeers. So that is a huge, not a celebration, in a way, a celebration for the reindeer herders, because then we are bringing up new lives in the Arctic, and reindeers, they are highly adapted to the Arctic. If you just go one more. Thank you. Before I started working in the Sami Parliament, I was a representative in the Sami Council for the working group in conservation Arctic flora and fauna that is founded in Arctic Council. I was there for 3 years in CAF, and I saw the benefits in how the Arctic Council has started to work together across countries, across regions, bringing people to the table, and in a civilized manners, discussing heavy topics, heavy research topics, and also trying to include the traditional indigenous knowledge with science. And that's I hope for the next 25 years that we are working and trying to also make this cooperation better. Like it says there in one of my points, that the indigenous peoples are given a voice around this table. We heard in the previous panel the indigenous youth, the permanent participants talking, and they have a permanent role in the Arctic Council. This is something I hope we also can see more also nationally in the future, because some of the issues that are already been highlighted during these discussions are very big. Climate change, for instance, and for managing or trying to adapt to this climate change, we need all the people around the table. And next slide, please. So for the next 25 years, as many have already said, that Arctic Council, they are celebrating their 25 years, and Iceland is ending their chairmanship. Good work for them, and I have big hope for Russia when they take over. This is a picture actually of my father. It was taken in the beginning of 1950s, late 1950s, beginning 1960s. And he used to tell me that he experienced as a reindeer herder huge changes in the Arctic. In this picture, you can see he has this his reindeer and a sled behind the reindeer, because that was the means of transportation that they had. And he is actually then going around the herd and checking up the herd with his sister, actually. And he said during 1960s, engines started to come to the Arctic. And other means, telephone, communication along vast distances roads started to appear. You can say that these changes, they were human-made in a way. And also very often not, they were made without consultation or without dialogue with the reindeer herders or the Sami people. We also have the Sami fishermen and women, and in agriculture also well. If you just click one more. This is an map over Norway and how the industrial development or infrastructure has affected the natural areas in Norway. It's from the beginning of 1900 to 2018, and you have like a 5 kilometers space that they are measuring from. These are not reindeer pasture areas that they have been measuring from. It's just the wilderness, if I can say it in that way. And you can see that in short time, actually, a lot of these natural areas has been reduced. Also, when we talk about the reindeer herders grazing lands, and this has a huge impact for the reindeer herders. Arturo Coteto, who was the speaker before me, he mentioned that they have infrastructure, but also they experienced this winter, and I'm sorry to hear that, rain on snow, creating icy condition, and many reindeer died. One strategy that reindeer herders often have is that we try to change then the pasture areas from one part to another, if such condition may appear. But if we have reduced the grazing areas, this strategy will not work for us. And then we are going to have to look at other solutions. Supplementary feeding will be one possibility, but it is very hard to give or try to feed up an entire herd long away from roads, snowy condition, also to get the feed to the reindeer herd. And also many reindeer herders are reluctant to do so because they think that the supplementary feeding will create an unbalance in the reindeer's condition, natural balance actually. For this, it was also mentioned renewable energy. We know renewable energy is a huge strategy globally to fight climate change, combat climate change, and also national strategies. But very often, marginalized peoples are bearing the costs for it. They are not invited to the table to discuss what measure could be taken, so they are not bearing so much of the cost on it. For the reindeer herders, this means that they lose the grazing land, and they lose the flexibility. And in the end, it can happen so that they lose their livelihoods, actually. And next slide, please. Sustainable development. I like what Ruth said, that sustainable development is that actually wording that is going to cover up the changes that we are facing in the future. Like her, I also don't believe so. Why I've taken this three models is that on the one on the left side, you probably all know it's the root or the bearing child of the sustainable development. And in the middle, you have this UN Sustainable Development Goals. And that one on the right side, it's, I'm sorry to say, it's just on Norwegian or in Sami language. It's a model made for sustainable reindeer husbandry here in Norway from Sami Alaskor, from two of assistant professors there. My point of showing this one is to highlight that the Samis have some good thoughts, good models of how to be sustainable, like other indigenous peoples have in the Arctic, because they have lived in the Arctic, they have experienced the conditions in the Arctic. I will also like to just refer to the IPBES report on biodiversity and ecosystems. They have highlighted some major, what should I say, issues that should be taken into account on their recommendations. B5, economic incentives have generally favored expanding economic activity that often have provided environmental harm. And for those that it hasn't, this economic activity hasn't taken into this account this regenerative economy that we are talking about now, given the time and space for the earth to heal itself. I recognize also a point here is recognizing the knowledge, innovation practices, institution and values for indigenous peoples is a point that they have highlighted in this report. And like many of the speakers before me have said, that indigenous peoples, they have knowledge about the Arctic. Bringing them closer together, working together, and giving them space will favor for a just transition, actually. That's one. If you go to the next slide. So what I ended with is this knowledge transfer between science and traditional knowledge. The traditional knowledge is, like it was mentioned in this previous panel, is rooted in this indigenous language. But there has to be done more for merging the traditional indigenous knowledge and science. And by that, we have to build up more institutions that works on the indigenous knowledge, methods, theories, and practice. Because we know that a lot of the people making the decisions, they are often not in Arctic. They will not often, but seldom in Arctic, and they are seldom visiting Arctic. We have to find means to get the information that we have to them. The second point is recognition of the indigenous rights I have written. And many have talked about the free, informed, prior, sorry to say, but FPIC, free, prior, informed consent. That is needed. The people who are going to build infrastructures or any kind of major technology infrastructure has to take account that the people living in the Arctic, they have rights in the Arctic. And for having this free, prior, informed consent, the FPIC, you have to invite these people, these marginalized groups, early into these processes, already in the plan. We are experiencing a lot that we are much too late in the processes. The plans are already made. The assessments, they are already made. And then we as indigenous people are coming and saying, no, but what about us? What about the consequence it brings to us? Then they say that, okay, what are your consequences? But they are seldom then taken into account because we are so late in the process. So already from the planning, we should be there. And for making a just transition to green economy or regenerative economy, there's just two things that I will say. Bring the marginalized groups early into this process and accept, take into account their message, their knowledge, and also use it for the next 25 years. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ole Anders. Excuse me. And certainly we'll be looking forward to the discussion amongst all the panelists after this last speaker about free, prior, informed consent and how development should and needs to, consult and engage Indigenous communities from the beginning so that it's sustainable for all the Arctic communities. But we'll get to that in a second. Lastly, but not least, Chloe Scott, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jack, and thank you to fellow panelists. I mean, everyone has made it a very tough act to follow, but I will do my best here. So hello, everybody. My name is Chloe Scott. I am from the traditional and unceded territories of the Squamish and Lillooet Nations, which is commonly known as Whistler, British Columbia in Canada. And I'd like to start off with kind of paraphrasing two common facts that we hear at various Arctic events and in our own literature. The first being that climate change is being felt in the Arctic at twice the rest of the globe. And the second, what happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic. So as my hometown mountains began changing because of climate change, I grew increasingly concerned not only for my own home, but for those in the Circumpolar North. So when I began my Master's of Science Studies, I knew I wanted to commit myself to research that would make a difference while also fueling my own curiosity. I landed on the topic of increased maritime traffic on the Arctic blue economy, and what began as an academic interest soon gave way to passion. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we hear the term blue economy often when discussing the changing Arctic, but what does it actually mean? Is it a buzzword or is there something deeper there? The World Wildlife Fund's Arctic program produced a report in 2018, which provides a comprehensive definition from which I like to work. The report defines the Arctic blue economy as one in which the Arctic's marine economy is founded on the principles of ecosystem-based management, circular and renewable technologies, and inclusive governance processes. Well, that's a lot to wrap one's mind around. But in essence, the blue economy looks at the world's oceans as a new, although new is debatable, source of economic opportunity. But in doing so, it understands that in order to remain sustainable, there needs to be a holistic understanding and approach taken to how and why different oceans are used by different rights holders as well as stakeholders. Next slide, please. So these are some of the questions I set out to answer in my master's research, but upon graduation, I found I had more questions left than answers. Fortunately, I was granted the opportunity to complete an internship with Clear Seas Center for Responsible Marine Shipping. I was able to explore my questions further, but also was introduced to so many more avenues of Arctic exploration. So I'm now a research associate responsible for Clear Seas Arctic program, where our research explores the social, environmental, and economic impacts of marine shipping. Although our physical office is located on the west coast of Canada, we really are dedicated to research that spans coast to coast to coast. With an understanding that Canada's oceans are used and protected differently by different Indigenous rights holders, as well as various stakeholders, we as a team began the process of digging deeper into our own understandings and biases, as well as blind spots. Next slide, please. This work has been guided by our Indigenous and Coastal Communities Manager, Sarah. Together with Sarah, we have explored myriad topics to aid us in our journey of reconciliation. As a team, we found it helpful to develop our own capacity as researchers, as well as science communicators through literature. Our Indigenous book club was formed, and we have held some incredible conversations guided by nonfiction as well as fiction works. Collectively, we've harnessed a growth mindset, because being comfortable with being uncomfortable is key to having some of these conversations. Growth is uncomfortable at times, but by creating space for team members to learn more about historic as well as contemporary Indigenous issues, both within and beyond the scope of ocean science and governance, we're better equipped to create ways of ensuring that Indigenous voices and traditional knowledge are infused in all steps of the research process. Next slide. By leading with a growth mindset as a researcher, it becomes easier to shape questions that are guided by problem solving. So getting curious and finding out what people need in order to make their lives easier can lead to some exceptional research opportunities. Next slide. Our academic partners at the University of Ottawa recognize this and are conducting a study on weather, water, ice, and climate, commonly abbreviated to WWIC, and ship navigation. Due to climate change causing rapid change in the Arctic environment, including melting sea ice and ice mobility, shipping through and within the Arctic has increased. As shipping continues to grow within the Arctic, so too do the risks. Our partners at University of Ottawa have heard from mariners that weather forecasting has been a significant challenge in navigating the Canadian Arctic because often there's no real-time data observation available. Limited communication infrastructure compounds this issue for mariners. Aimed at addressing this current usability gap, Drs. Jackie Dawson and Jean Holloway, with support from us at Clear Seas, are releasing a mariner survey, which will collect feedback on what is currently in use, what information sources are most reliable, and what user needs aren't being met. Next slide, please. The global interest in exploring as well as exploiting the valuable resources in the Arctic is continuing to grow. As it grows, it will be up to policymakers to balance the protection and usage of the Arctic Ocean. As already discussed by my colleagues here today, another balance is needed. We need to work collectively and thoughtfully to balance Western science with traditional knowledge so that policymakers can be informed. I will end by using this quote by the author of The Little Prince. As for the future, your task is not to foresee it, but to enable it. As the Arctic's emerging leaders here today and listening in, and through events like this one, where the silos are knocked down between scientists, policymakers, industry professionals, advocates, and activists, we're better equipped to enable an Arctic where sustainable growth models are really shaped by those in the Arctic. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Chloe, and thank you to all the panelists for your introductory comments. The theme was brought up in the first panel of this symposium that we've picked up on more in this panel, the idea of free, prior, and informed consent. New developments are being developed on Indigenous lands, and that removes ways of life, language, food sovereignty, etc. And so there's obviously a need for free, prior, informed consent, not to be told what is happening, where is happening, etc., but to participate and obviously express concerns as well. So we've had a lot of discussion on that so far. For this panel, so I want to dive into that within the context of the characteristics of robust consultation and engagement frameworks between developers and more southern entities and local or Indigenous communities. So does anyone in particular want to take that first?
I can begin by just starting us off. A huge part of implementing free, prior, and informed consent, of course, is having these policies ratified and adopted at the international, national level. But additionally, Native movement is so proud to engage with really deep community work and working with our own tribal leadership to help curate understandings and points of intervention into this process so that we are also exercising our rights as sovereign peoples and as sovereign nations. And so actually, I would love to share just a brief image, if possible. Our incredible kind of artist in resident, Jesse Thornton, helped us create this image about free, prior, and informed consent. And it's not only, an attempt to communicate this policy in a much kinder and softer way that describes our, not only our sovereign power to intervene and to determine what health means for our people and for our lands, but really crucially, free, prior, and informed consent also means that we have the right to say no, and that right is respected and implemented in project proposals. And so if the Indigenous community determines that a proposed project, a development project, whether it's contributing to green energy or not, is devastating to the local ecosystem, then their lives are prioritized over the promulgation of this development project. That is a crucial concept, the right to say no, as well as the right to consent to development is really, really crucial. And I think is unfortunately, a really regrettable and disappointing sticking point for a lot of folks. But what we are attempting to implement in a just transition is a fundamental shift of power. It's a reallocation of power and decision-making power and resources. And so if we're not willing to consider what deep decolonization means in our industries, in our economies, then we're not approaching just transition, because just transition cannot just mean, a shift from our modern forms of exploitation to new forms of exploitation. Something that we say often is that change is inevitable, justice is not. And so really implementing fundamental intervention points and respecting them and being willing to shift that decision-making power is really crucial as an aspect of ethics. But I'll pass it over to my brother, who I see has his hand raised, and I'll stop my share.
Yep, Will, over to you.
Thank you. And thank you to Ruth. It was a very nice drawing. I agree with what Ruth are saying. The ability to say no is crucial regarding FPIC. On the other hand, also what I see for marginalized group, also in many times, to be able to say no, to be able to enhance all the information that are coming for all of these projects. Many times we have to think about building up the capacity for these marginalized groups, build institution, so they can have the capacity to understand the information, to work with it, but also then be able to inform the decision makers in also their language, because often we get this language barrier. We say the same words, but we don't mean the same thing many times. And it is often so that the decisions maker are not taking into account our language, our culture, our way of doing things. So we have to inform the decision makers in their language, in their customs. It makes it very difficult. So in the future article, I also hope that we can meet to have the same time to build a common language on having a sustainable Arctic in the future, regarding also then the free, private, informed consent, but the possibility to say no when the project is having so major negative impacts has to be there. Even though marginalized group has to be able to say no and respect it for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ole Anders. Artur, I want to go over to you, one for just a general response that you have to what's been said so far, but two, the Yamal LNG project is occurring on the lands that you all live on, and so if you have any thoughts on whether they, meaning that project, has approached your community, in the context of free, prior, informed consent as well. So both a general response and then about Yamal LNG as well, if you have any particular thoughts.
Спасибо большое, Джек.
Thank you, Jack. Actually, there is not only Yamal LNG, there are much more projects there. There are several companies that are operating in the territory of the traditional livelihood of our peoples. At the moment, I can say that the situation is more or less fine. We have common communicational opportunities, so we can find some mutually beneficial resolutions. For example, in one sector of tundra, there was this ice, as I've told you. So these companies urgently agreed to help the local reindeer herders. And it's important to understand that the reindeer herders don't have communication. They live in their reindeer tents, and they go to the cities for supplies very rarely. And so the companies helped a lot. They bought the feed for the reindeers. They also provided food for the people. And currently, the rain herders are also using the snow motorbikes, and so the companies helped with the fuel for these snow motorbikes as well. So when there was this urgent situation, the companies helped a lot. And we are grateful to our elders who decided to get united and created the organization that I represent, Yamal for Descendants. Of course, many issues are still outstanding, but together with this, we can see certain progress in terms of communication with the local companies. And I know that our issues are on agenda on the federal level. And for example, there is a law which is adopted related to the territories of the traditional livelihood. So we can see that there is a certain work on that. But of course, I agree with what the preceding speaker said, that we need to think about certain alternatives to what we have. We need to think about more clear energy. We need to see we need to think about methods that can help us to preserve Arctic and to keep the traditional knowledge. And there is another important issue. We need to understand that our youth is living in the modern world, and the indigenous youth is a kind of people who are talking on behalf of our peoples. So we are actually uniting two worlds, the traditional knowledge as well as the modern situation. So we need to think how we can incorporate the knowledge of our ancestors and use it in our life. So when I look at the nomads, I see that they change their ground and they travel along the area. And traditionally, people organize the camps on different locations. So they were changing it. But currently, the youth is not aware about that, and this may have a negative impact on the grazing grounds. So we need to keep the traditional knowledge, we need to transfer it to new generations. And I, on my level, want to organize the work on that and communicate with the youth. I cannot say that I'm an expert in the academic part of all these processes, but I'm a practitioner and I observe the life of reindeer herders. So this is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Artur. And that last point is critical, to get the view of the practitioners and bring that in concert with the developers and the academics, and to make sure that all of these processes, including infrastructure and sustainable development, are beneficial for all involved. Considering we have about 15 minutes left for this panel before we end for today, I want to get to another question, but before that, I should offer Taylor and Chloe a chance to comment on this last question too. So sorry for almost going too far ahead, but Taylor, Chloe, do you have any thoughts?
I think one of the pieces that comes up for me is being a researcher from the South, wanting to work as, in alliance as opposed to, coming in and saying, this is what we're going to do. I think one of the things that we've been learning through our own organizations, Indigenous reconciliation process, is learning how to use our position to empower others and let that drive the research. And hopefully that will then be used to inform policymakers, inform governments, and really put a spotlight on where these issues are for people. There's some really great examples out of some of our academic partnerships, like University of Ottawa. The low impact shipping corridors is one initiative where they've really gone out and consulted in community, let it be community driven. And I think hopefully, as we engage in forums like this, there'll be more awareness about how to do that in a respectful manner. And I think that's something that I'm really looking forward to in my career, is driving that forward and really advocating for the research to be community driven. Taylor, I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks, Chloe. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have many thoughts here. One is, when we look at kind of the history of modern technological innovation, especially in the Arctic and Alaska fisheries and coastal communities in particular, one thing that does, a trend that stands out, is that more often than not, technological innovation that has significant impact on local coastal residents does not occur in, or does not come from local coastal communities. So, when steel boats arrived, when radar arrived, when radios, these things came from outside of the communities, and they had a tremendous impact on them, sometimes positive, sometimes not. And one of the things we're trying to do at the Ocean Cluster is to change that process to some degree. So instead of arriving with a new technology and saying, hey, here's this new thing we think it's going to drastically improve, safety, security, whatnot, instead starting with the communities and saying, what challenges do you face? What problems are you seeing, and what opportunities have you thought about and would like to see developed? And then bringing all the stakeholders to the table, but letting the communities drive that. And so what we're seeing right now in the Bering Sea with bycatch, for example, where community halibut fishermen are saying there's got to be a way to reduce bycatch. And it's not happening from us, it's happening on factory trawl vessels. Going out and looking around the world and saying, okay, who has technology that can reduce that? And then bringing it back and giving the community's ownership over that, some of that technology, or at least a say in how it's implemented, is really important to us. And the other thing I find really encouraging about some of what our portfolio companies are doing is, especially one that's operating in Canada right now using AI ML forecasting techniques, is just how easy, frankly, it is to integrate traditional and Indigenous knowledge into the process up front. So what we see happening with sea ice forecasting and bathymetric mapping, for example, using satellite-based data, is that a lot of it depends, the results depend on the inputs. So it's the classic modeling of, garbage data in, garbage data out, well, good data in, good data out. And in one case, very recently, one of our portfolio companies worked with an Inuit Heritage Association to help them map their coastal resources to better understand their own subsistence economy, and saying, tell us what you define as by these regions. Where do you harvest kelp? Where would you want to put in, if you wanted to establish an aquaculture, pen, where would that go? And then taking that and extrapolating it and building it into the model, rather than saying, here's the model outputs, how is it relevant to you? It's saying, tell us what the relevant definitions are. What do you define as sea ice? What do you define as habitat? And we'll build the model around that. And I think that's a trend we haven't seen in large technological or large sectors of the technology world. And I'm really excited to see more of that happening, especially as we see the dispersion of some of the costs here come down, and the techniques, just kind of the sophistication, really increase, but be able to do it, 2 or 3 people, rather than having to go to Seattle or having to go to Palo Alto to get these kind of techniques. So I'll pass it back to you, Jack.
Great, thank you. I got left, I do want to touch on a topic that had been discussed throughout this panel, the issue of climate change. And the question is, how should policymakers, how should practitioners, et cetera, balance the emerging opportunities with risks posed by climate change? One example could be the blue economy in previously ice-covered oceans. Also just more generally about how to balance the need for development, the desire for development with the risk associated with that. So I'll open it up to anyone. First come, first serve.
Jack, I can jump in here with a real quick point. Promise to be succinct this time. I think first off, quality data. Before we do anything, getting the data to understand both as a baseline what is already occurring, but then also improving the data for more dynamic management. In the past, when we look at, like, say, fisheries, for example, right now we manage fisheries in a static way. So we send out annual observers, we do annual stock assessments, and then we let people go out and fish. And then we come back and we say, okay, well, what happened in the year since we last did our stock assessment? Given the proliferation of technology, remote sensing, smaller devices, the ability to manage extremely large data sets, we could move towards more dynamic stock assessment, more dynamic management. And that is something that I would like to see integrated across different sectors, not just fisheries, to essentially be able to say, let's do this in real time rather than in discrete events. And I think especially as we start looking at what does, say, a renewable wind farm, what kind of impact does that have on reindeer herding, being able to say, okay, let's do some continuous development of the data before we even start trying to build stuff, and building in a lot of the stuff we've talked about here with consent, but also allowing the data to be able to be informed. And I think there's really cool stuff happening right now with, like, TK and traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge data that's more qualitative being built into some of these data sets. And that's really exciting to see.
I can jump in with my perspective on this question as well, which is it's a big one, and I don't really have an answer. But one of the kind of moments that made me realize that is I was tasked with writing a blog about black carbon in the Arctic, and I thought, oh, that's going to be easy peasy. I'll do some desktop research, and it'll be up online quick. And it's become a whole team effort in understanding the complexities around black carbon, the science behind it, the elements of kind of the socio-cultural elements, the economic elements, and it became a much bigger project. But I think that's a sign of where sometimes there's these issues where we say, oh yeah, like, have we covered climate change, community consultation? Yeah. But you have to go deeper, and tackling topics like the blue economy, like climate change. There's so much information out there, but there's so much more to learn. And it's not just as simple as kind of checking the checkbox list. There really needs to be an iterative process that goes into these kinds of work.
Thank you, Chloe. Ole Anders, you've got your hand raised.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a hard question you have given us. Well, like Chloe mentioned here, that I think the processes in the future, they have to be bigger before starting on projects in the Arctic, because there are many issues that we have to look at before a project is even started, and it's the impact on the land, on the sea, the cumulative effect of it, and how it affects biodiversities, not just in the area that, like, an infrastructure is built or within the possibilities, but also cumulative. Are there other areas affected because there are changes in species way of moving, changes in people's way of moving, and also the social effects of it, how it affects even positive but also negatively people in the area and other area around it. Of course, this will make these pre-studies more expensive, much bigger. But if we are going to have a just transition, that's the way I see it. We have to work on in the future.
Absolutely. And I think just briefly building off of those last two comments in particular, you know, what we're asking for additionally is that collaborators and guests to our lands come with the humility to learn, the humility to understand that they will not have our land-based homegrown solutions, but can come with an excitement and a humbleness that allows them to learn from our generations upon generations of knowledge and cultural understandings of our places, so that they can not only, you know, say, oh yeah, we know about like TEK, traditional ecological knowledge, but we're actually engaging it in the manner that it was meant to be taught in. And fundamentally, that is relationship building. That means being patient and taking time with people to sit down and visit. You know, our elders do not move at the same pace as, you know, an EPA permitting process. And so understanding, you know, the ways in which engagement can be the manifestation of the just transition models we're trying to implement is really, really crucial. And taking that time, you know, like Chloe said, not to check the boxes, but to humbly learn, and to sit down with an understanding that you will be interconnected for not only the duration of this project that is being proposed and this collaboration that's being proposed, but to see its impact long after, and to understand the generational impact, not just even, you know, in our generations of Indigenous communities, but generations of our caribou and reindeer, generations of our fish, generations of our plant relatives. And so fundamentally, it's also a mind shift that's necessary, an ideological shift that must undergird all efforts at just transition or sustainable development.
Arthur, do you want to comment, or do you want to move on to wrapping up? Let me know if you have any comments.
Да, согласен. На самом деле.
Yes, I totally agree with the previous speakers, because, you know, maybe 25 years ago, we as Indigenous peoples, we had to face the following issues, because the development of the territory was not legally regulated. There was no legislation, and they were coming to our lands without asking us, without asking for consent. And I think that one of the pivotal moments was the legislation that the country introduced. And I think it should be part of any legislation that entrepreneurs and industrial companies that come to the territories must sit at the same table with the Indigenous peoples and discuss. And it should be supported by the scientific facts, by science and knowledge. In general, I don't have any specific comments. I would like to express my agreement with the previous speakers, with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will go ahead and wrap up today's panel and today's the first day of the Arctic in 25 Years International Youth Symposium. I do want to offer each of the panelists a brief opportunity to share any final remarks before we turn over to Michaela. So Taylor, we will start off with you.
I'm going to yield my time so others can talk.
Chloe?
I just would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to everyone for a great discussion and really insightful presentations. And thank you to Jack and Michaela for bringing us together today.
Thank you, Chloe. Arthur, any final comments? Seems, there you go. Hi, Arthur, do you have any final comments before we wrap up the panel?
Спасибо большое.
Yes, dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation. And, you know, I was traveling, and the first part I was also there, but unfortunately I was on the flight and then on a taxi. And today I finally checked in my hotel and was able to participate eventually. And that's why it was a little bit difficult for me to speak at times. And I think it's a great honor for me to participate in this panel discussion, and I hope we will be able to meet in the future as well, and I will be able to communicate with you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we see this as the first of an ongoing series of discussions with the Arctic Youth. So we certainly look forward to future conversations with you. Ole Anders?
Yeah, like the others, I would thank for the opportunity and just highlight what I said in the beginning. I hope this is one of many symposiums in the future that are built on this way, that we build on knowing each other, understand each other, and by that prosper and have a sustainable Arctic. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ruth?
Yeah, Chicken thank you all so much for this time together. And I do hope that, we're planting seeds here, right? These conversations will continue. They must continue. And respectful collaboration, it makes me really hopeful and really excited to see all of the different aspects of this conversation that are coming alive. My language, we are working as one. So Chicken thank you all so much. And thank you as well to the folks that have tuned in to share this space with us, and as well Chicken Terra organizers. Time with you all, and I hope it's the first of many such conversations.
Cool, thank you, Ruth. And I do want to thank all of the panelists on this panel, the previous one, for sharing their time, experience, and knowledge with each other and with the people tuning in today. So with that, I think that wraps up this second panel of the symposium on infrastructure and sustainable development. I want to thank you all once again for participating. And Michaela, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Jack. And the last panel, I think these are discussions that we all need to be having and listening to. And being here at the Wilson Center, it may be that some of you watching may not have heard of Just Transition before, or have listened to an in-depth panel about free, prior, and informed consent. And so I really encourage you to take what these panelists are saying, that relationship building is a core part of a just transition. And here before you, you've seen over a dozen different, very smart, very capable young speakers. And so I would encourage you to continue reaching out, building relationships, and learning more about what you may not know about, and continuing the collaboration that we see here. As we know, many of these different discussions, from climate change to infrastructure and sustainable development, are more interconnected than we could imagine. And so I hope you will tune in tomorrow, where the first panel, we will have an in-depth discussion about climate change and biodiversity action and research, with a focus on co-production of knowledge between researchers, activists, and local community members, and Indigenous peoples particularly. And we will have a panel as well on political leadership, with some already elected officials, some government administrators, and young activists. So we have another great, robust day coming ahead. And so we hope you will join us. And we thank you for joining us today. Welcome all to the second day of the first annual International Youth Symposium, The Arctic in 25 Years. We're very pleased to present this event from the Polar Institute at the Wilson Center in partnership with Arctic Frontiers, the Arctic Council Indigenous Peoples Secretariat, and the Arctic Youth Ambassadors Program. As the Arctic undergoes rapid change, it's crucial that we think about the next 25 years and pave the way for policy adaptation today. Yesterday, we heard about the ways climate change is opening up a blue ocean economy, the importance of free, prior, and informed consent when building Arctic development, the impacts of climate change on Indigenous languages and the inherent knowledge embedded within them, as well as the importance of centering marginalized peoples in policy, and the primacy of relationship building in this work. At the Wilson Center, we're very pleased to have worked with our partners to make this event possible. And before we begin, we have video remarks from Ms. Anu Fredrickson from Arctic Frontiers.
Dear participants, welcome to the first Arctic Youth Symposium. In a time of an ongoing pandemic, this event is digital, but we still set the agenda. This event is historic. First of its kind, we are proud to shed light on the emerging Arctic leaders' views. This event is also a sign of the youth have always been actively engaged. Now you have reached the front stage also in Arctic affairs. Arctic Frontiers has worked with youth engagement for years. We continue to bring up the youth perspective through our Arctic Frontiers Young program, locally, regionally, and on a pan-Arctic level. From kindergarten through high school kids to young professionals joining our Emerging Leaders program, our ambition is to accommodate for and follow the future Arctic leaders on their path. Our mission is simple. We want to help foster emerging Arctic leaders. We want to inspire, support, and encourage. We want the youth to see opportunities where others' vision is limited. Be inspired where others see lack of opportunities. Have their voices heard when others remain silent. Our mission is global because we believe that multilateralism is not dead. Because we believe that the Arctic gains from dialogue from across the borders. And because we believe that the Arctic has a lot to offer on a global stage. Our mission is one for the future. We work for knowledge-based growth and sustainable development of the region we call home. We, the people of the Arctic, are the best stewards of our land. And we want to lead for the future because our faith is strong. Arctic can be our incubator for good ideas that serve the global good. Arctic Youth Symposium will tackle core issues: cross-border collaboration between Indigenous youth, just transition and economic development, co-production of knowledge, and governance and ways to mitigate future challenges. All issues of high relevance for your future and mine. Our engagement in lifting up young voices has deep roots in Arctic Frontiers organization. For the first time, we have joined our forces with our friends and colleagues across the Arctic. Our joint work has the potential to be a driving force for change. Arctic Frontiers is proud to collaborate with Wilson Center Polar Institute, Arctic Youth Ambassadors, and Arctic Council Permanent Participants Youth, supported by the Arctic Council Indigenous Peoples Secretariat here in Tromsø. For us at Arctic Frontiers, this event is a starting point for what we envision as a dynamic collaboration. My wish is that you will develop a lifelong love for Arctic affairs. I have. Dear all, be open, be brave, engage, inspire each other, inspire us. Let us build pathways for the future together. And next time, I do hope we can meet in person.
So a big thank you to Anu Fredrickson for those welcoming remarks. I heard there might have been a little feedback in the beginning, so we apologize for that. As we carry on, we are all aware that this is the 25th anniversary of the Arctic Council, and this week is the ministerial meeting taking place in Reykjavik. And as we're celebrating the past 25 years, it's important to look forward to the next 25 years. We also have some welcoming remarks on behalf of the United States. And I will start those now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Jim DeHart. I'm the U.S. Coordinator for the Arctic region at the U.S. Department of State. I'm honored to have the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you today, and I'm grateful to the Wilson Center, Arctic Frontiers, and the Arctic Council Indigenous Peoples Secretariat for inviting me to speak. Now, normally I would be coming to you live, but today I'm traveling to Iceland to join Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, who will be participating in the Arctic Council Ministerial in Reykjavik. It's an exciting moment in Arctic diplomacy, with the Arctic Council celebrating its 25th anniversary. And although we'll be looking back at what the Arctic Council has accomplished in the last 25 years, more importantly, we'll be looking ahead at the next 25 years of Arctic cooperation. And as we look to the future, I think today's conference has exactly the right focus, a focus on youth, on future generations, and on Indigenous communities. And that is all of you who are going to inherit the decisions that the 8 Arctic foreign ministers will make in the coming days. And I think without a doubt, your voice is more important than ever. Global interest in the Arctic continues to grow, and those of you already studying and working on the many issues that make it such a dynamic region are getting a head start in defining the Arctic's future. And there are so many ways to be involved. There's safety and security, scientific research, economic development, the climate crisis, and the needs of local Indigenous communities. All of these areas are fascinating and important in their own right, but it's connecting them together in one cohesive approach that is a real challenge. So whether you live in Iqaluit, in Tromsø, or in Kotzebue, I would submit that you, or rather we, all have an interest in ensuring that the Arctic remains peaceful, free of conflict, and a place where international cooperation prevails. We all have an interest in seeing residents of the Arctic, including Indigenous communities in our own state of Alaska, have good livelihoods, good health, and the opportunity to prosper. And all of us certainly have an interest in tackling the climate crisis, a global effort in which the Arctic is an important domain because it's warming 3 times faster than the rest of the world. Solving the climate crisis will require a whole of society effort in which youth play a critical role. Scientists tell us that if we are to avoid the most catastrophic effects of climate change, we will need to limit the Earth's warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. That requires real commitment and real action right now to preserve your future. We in the United States government see the Arctic Council as the region's premier multilateral forum, and we expect it to remain so for the next 25 years and beyond. We've done a lot together through the Arctic Council. Together with other members, we've negotiated significant agreements on marine environmental response, on search and rescue, and on scientific cooperation. The Arctic Council's working groups not only help us understand what's happening in the region, but they also galvanize efforts by governments and communities to address the toughest challenges. And one of the great strengths of the Arctic Council is that the Indigenous peoples of the region have a seat at the table together with the 8 Arctic governments. Also, it's a rare venue where the United States and Russia cooperate productively. We would like to see youth further involved in the Arctic Council so that we have your perspective and your new ideas to make this forum even more effective. And of course, it's just as important to make your voices heard in your own communities. Remote communities in the Arctic are eager for better services, better infrastructure, greater connectivity, better health, and investment to create jobs and sustain livelihoods. The right kinds of investment, for example, in clean and renewable energy, can help solve the climate crisis and guard against the kinds of unsustainable investments that could damage Arctic communities. We want to see the Arctic open for business in a positive way that works for all of us. People sometimes ask, what does success look like in the Arctic? I think success is an Arctic region that is synonymous with international cooperation, where scientific integrity prevails, and where those who live in the region are empowered to lead the lives that they want to lead. Arctic youth, of course, have perhaps the biggest stake in this success, and also a responsibility, I think, to help shape that future and make that success a reality. So, thank you very much for listening. I wish you the very best, and I look forward to seeing everything that you are going to accomplish in and for the Arctic in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Jim DeHart and to all of us here today. As you know, we gathered you here today because you are already leaders in your own right with the expertise, the skills, and the knowledge to influence Arctic policy. And it's been a great pleasure and honor to have worked with everyone so far in the Arctic Council Youth Panel, as well as the Economic Development and Infrastructure Panel. And so now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Larry Ibrahim Mohammed in order to start our panel on climate change and biodiversity action and research. All of you are welcome to send questions to polar@wilsoncenter.org throughout today's panels. Larry, over to you.
Thank you, Michaela, and nice to be here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone watching us today. I'm Larry Ibrahim Mohammed. I'm your moderator for today's session, and I'm seated right here in the Arctic capital of Tromsø, specifically at UIT, the Arctic University of Norway. In 25 years, we will be accounting to a younger generation on our stewardship as vanguards for the Arctic. And what is important is what kind of decision and what kind of solution do we leave behind for the younger generation that come after us. First of its kind, really, the Arctic Youth Symposium in 25 years is one of the watershed moment of our lives in deciding and taking action now. On this panel, we will focus on climate change and biodiversity action and research. We will discuss the relationship between Arctic indigenous peoples and the Arctic environment, co-production of knowledge, and how it relates to climate change. This session also explores how we can build pathways in terms of indigenous knowledge holders and other members of the society. We are pleased to have with us distinguished Arctic youth from different parts of the Arctic with us. Without much ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker for today. She's Tesore Landry Parker. I'm really happy to introduce her because she is one of the alumnus of the Arctic Frontiers Emerging Leaders. Some of you may know I was a former coordinator for Arctic Frontiers Young program. And so seeing Tesore here is pleasant for me. Tesore is currently an instructor at Yukon University, and she is also a PhD candidate in public policy at the University of Saskatchewan. And she's Métis, and something that she's proud about. And then she has served in various roles and capacities in her community as Director of Operations for the Métis Nation in Saskatchewan, and also Director for Intergovernmental Affairs and a Senior Policy Analyst. So without much ado, I would give the screen to Sarah Lindre Parker to give us her introductory and opening remarks.
Perfect, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen there. Okay, so as Larry said, I'm Métis from Saskatchewan, and before I want to start, I just want to acknowledge that although I am from Saskatchewan, I work in the Yukon at Yukon University. The place I call home is Treaty 6 and the homeland of the Métis, and I work in the traditional territory of the Kwanlin Dun First Nation and Tonquichan Council. Today, I'm going to talk briefly just about Indigenous engagement in the adoption of energy technologies in Canada. So my background is in public policy with a research focus in development in general, but specifically energy policy and the engagement of Indigenous communities. So I just want to start with a little bit of a quick background to provide some context of our current energy environment in Canada. So in a time where climate change is obviously a hot topic, and countries all over the world, as we see, are working to decrease our CO2 emissions, many of our Canadian northern and remote communities are still relying heavily on coal for energy. And the high cost of energy, some of the infrastructure challenges, and the harsh climates really indicates that we're facing somewhat of an energy crisis. And there are some technology innovations in power generation that may offer some potential solutions to this impending crisis, but we want to know at what cost. Any of these proposed implementation of these technologies will really require the support of the communities. So one of the technologies that I've focused a lot on in the recent years is small modular reactors, or SMRs. These are really an emerging technology in the energy sector, small nuclear reactors. And recently Canada has released its SMR action plan aimed at the future implementation of small modular reactors in Canada. So they seem to be a real contender in the energy industry as an alternative energy system to help reduce those carbon emissions. And now, while they might seem like an ideal solution to combat some of these rising emissions while providing some of the energy solutions, such as cost of energy and other challenges that were identified by northern communities, the question remains, how do we successfully incorporate this technology into the current energy mix while respecting the communities? And in Canada, this implementation will mostly occur in remote, rural communities in the north. These communities have really been identified as ideal locations for this type of development because of their current energy mix being mostly diesel, and this would provide the largest emission reduction payoff, but also because of their small size and lack of grid connection. However, the history of development in our northern and Indigenous communities in the past contains many examples of conflict and lack of control over the development. This conflict has not been forgotten, and it has created this trust deficit that still is very much in need of healing. So any future development SMR implementation will of course require a communication and engagement strategy that's rooted in early and often communication, information distribution based on community desires, and open and transparent two-way information flow. But it will also require these relationships to be mended. And then the creation and nurturing of new relationships, and of course, the inclusion of local control over the development. Indigenous participation is integral for driving decisions about the future of Canada's energy mix. And SMR development in Canada will not be successful without the support of Indigenous communities. So I'm going through kind of years and years of research in a few short minutes here. So I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, but you can ask more questions later. Some of the issues that we are facing in the north right now are engagement fatigue. So we have small communities and they're spread out over a wide mass of land. And there's many players in this game right now. We've got industry, government, regulators, consultants, providers, manufacturers, researchers, everybody's out there talking about this. And our communities are starting to experience some of that engagement fatigue. The other issue is this need for energy recognition for energy sovereignty, especially with UNDRIP, modern treaty agreements, some recent court cases. These all increase that negotiation power for Indigenous communities to assert their sovereignty and fight for free and prior informed consent on development projects. And then, as I mentioned earlier, that trust deficit. Adapting your engagement process to include these key elements that I noted in the slide before, that will really increase the opportunity to help form those new relationships in a positive way. And energy literacy. There's a wide variety of energy literacy levels across all of these communities, which really leads to one of the most critical pieces, which is understanding that there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach, because each region has had different experiences and they have their own unique challenges and needs. There's not going to be a framework that's going to work for anyone, and any engagement moving forward will really be influenced by the relationships, impacts, and outcomes of past engagements and past experiences. So each process will need to be adapted to these unique experiences while incorporating the space for iterative information flow, cultural appropriateness, and increased local control. So the question I'm always asked next is, so what should this look like? And this list by no means is complete. This is based on some of the conversations I've had with community members over the past few years. And an engagement strategy or framework when going into a community on any type of development should really be inclusive. It should ensure that your process is designed in a way that respects diversity and promotes and allows for adequate community contributions while building relationships with a diverse group of stakeholders and rights holders. And your rights holders and stakeholders need to be involved as early as possible. This will allow for and encourage active participation. And they should be helping with the engagement design. You should be asking, how do you want to be engaged? How do they want to be engaged? And the engagement process must include an authentic opportunity to influence the decision. It should be rooted in trust, or the generation of trust, and transparency by ensuring that there's well-defined terms of engagement and outcomes unique to the specific nature and needs of each community. And the process really needs to have a mechanism built in for objective and timely and accurate information sharing. This will enable communities to be able to make self-determined, informed decisions about their energy generation, as well as being willing to collaborate and truly understand what each group brings to the table. An example of this is, how can a community help our understanding of energy through an Indigenous knowledge lens or through knowledge co-production? And relationship building, such an important one. This needs to be rooted in mutual trust and respect. It's really integral for a successful engagement process. And noting that relationships that are built are really nonlinear and they're ongoing. They don't end when a project ends or a project phase ends. They are necessary if you want to have successful co-production and remedy that trust deficit that's been caused by past engagement. And finally, an evaluation mechanism to monitor and mitigate risks and to promote continuous improvement in the engagement process. So that was a lot in a few minutes, but some key takeaways, if I had to summarize, SMR implementation is really dependent on community support. Meaningful engagement and involving the communities will be integral to developing support for SMRs. And community support for development is increased when the framework for engagement is extensive and inclusive. A poorly executed engagement and involvement process could also jeopardize the overall implementation and adoption of SMRs, which could hinder Canada's reduction in GHG emissions, as this is a large part of our reduction plan. And finally, and most importantly, Indigenous nations are self-determining nations. Local control will have to be central to the implementation and success of any new developments. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Desiree, for a very snap and concise presentation. Just thinking quickly about these SMRs, I've been reading about them a while ago. What is the acceptability level within the community? Do people think of some of the negative effects that using SMR could have on the environment, because there is mining of uranium, which is used for this for the SMR? what is the level of understanding within the community?
I think that, all communities are different. So I definitely don't want to, overgeneralize here, because there are some communities who have very specific views of SMR development. But overall, there is a balance between the being that uranium, we mine uranium in northern Saskatchewan. So we have a lot of northern communities who have an economic benefit from that mining. There's that part to it. And then there's also the environmental impacts of their current energy system that is happening. And these impacts are beyond just what we see from diesel emissions. They go into food sovereignty. So a lot of the energy in the communities is extremely expensive. So the food that's already quite difficult to get up north is now even more expensive, because although energy is subsidized for individuals, it's not subsidized for businesses. So they have to compensate for the energy of the store being open and so on. So there's a kind of a trickle effect of that. So there is this openness to learning more about it. But again, it really is about that energy literacy. How do we create and give the information so that people can make those decisions from an informed place themselves, whatever that decision or support or non-support would be for it.
Yeah, thank you. We would go into this discussion more when we get to the question and answer session. I would like to invite our second speaker for today, Haley Hannah Stapleton. Haley Hannah is a Kutan, and she is also a PhD candidate in Native American Studies at the University of California in Davis. Her research draws on Native North Pacific perspectives on food sovereignty and environmental justice. And Helena aspires to address systematic issues in rural Alaskan education. First of all, fostering a community of autonomous, self-reliant, and self-sustainable Indigenous peoples for the futurity of Indigenous knowledge. Helena, I think that you can do justice by introducing yourself more and then also giving us your presentation.
Thank you for that, Larry. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. And ang alagum ayara asah dakok unangach akok akutanam asa achen ingira ilaran angech dakok ama arach dakok unangam tunu ajirakok dana inam tanangin kuran anararizak. Sorry, that's a new nangam tunu, so I'm watching the words at the bottom. That's not correct, but I introduced myself in my native language, unangam tunu. My name is Haley Hannah Alagum ayara Stapleton Unangach. I was born and raised in the village of Akutan in the Aleutian Islands of Alaska, in the village that we call Achen Ingira in Unangumtinu, a place name meaning salmonberry bushes below it. I'm currently living on Denali lands in what is known as Anchorage, Alaska. As Larry mentioned, I'm a PhD candidate in Native American Studies at the University of California, Davis, and I have a designated emphasis in studies in performance and practice. So I'm just going to present to you all and introduce briefly my research. My dissertation focuses on the performed and embodied nature of Unangach subsistence cosmologies, but in Alaska, subsistence is usually discussed in legal or policy terms. My work shifts attention instead to the performances of sustainability across Unangach timescapes or seasons, and how those inform relationships among humans, more than humans, and all environmental entities as an intervention to climate change. Through winter months, I feed myself with the foods I catch at home on beaches in Alaska that provide habitats for salmon to spawn and come home to each year. As Alaskan days grow longer, as they are now, and I'm sure they are across the Arctic, my senses and body slowly awaken with each minute of daylight gained, knowing I must prepare for the harvest that summer brings. In summertime, my family and I fish the tides under an almost endless summer sun. Our bodies know that extended daylight means the time to do the subsistence work we have always done together is upon us. While this practice provides food and supplies for our families in, quote, rural Alaskan villages, as you can see on this map here, I just wanted to include the different Alaska Native people in Alaska. I know this isn't reflective of the entire Arctic, but the Unangach region down here is in the green and it's sort of cut off there. That's where I'm from. So these rural Alaskan villages are geographically distant from conventional grocery stores or farms. My dissertation research provides a deeper look into the significance of subsistence lifeways in cosmological terms and not just practical terms. To do so, my project brings critical Indigenous performance studies, emphases on embodied forms of subsistence practices and processes to bear on questions of food sovereignty and environmental justice in Unangach communities. My tentative dissertation title is Performing Unangach Subsistence Cosmologies Across Timescapes, Native North Pacific Perspectives on Food Sovereignty and Environmental Justice. I know that's long, I'm gonna cut it down soon. But my research embraces Unangach scholar Dr. Eve Tuck's call to refuse damage-centered narratives and Linda Tuivai-Smith's decolonizing methodologies, where I argue that the immediacy of climate change interventions rests upon humanity's need to restore diplomatic and cyclical relations of what Kyle White calls consent, trust, and reciprocity with more than human kin in the environment. So my dissertation research, I'm currently, I will be starting it soon. I just became a candidate, so I'm like getting there. It weaves together archival, embodied, and creative strategies to theorize Unangach subsistence cosmologies to generate decolonial Unangach futures. This work expands understanding of subsistence beyond its common definitions as simply the act of fishing, hunting, and gathering to include deeply rooted ancestral processes or methods, theories, and praxes that are inextricably tied to attending of relations amongst human, more than human, and environmental, and responsibilities that are iterated and reiterated via performances. I argue that a critical Indigenous performance studies approach to subsistence cosmologies, specifically in what I'm calling the Native North Pacific region, which is, I'm from the Aleutian Islands, and I've always been like an Arctic imposter of sorts. So it's really nice to be in these Arctic spaces and to be included because the Aleutians are like subarctic. I'm also theorizing this region that we're calling the Native North Pacific that shares relationality amongst people of Olaro, or the ocean, to the Aleutian Islands geographic south and also to our geographic north. So the Native North Pacific region contributes significant new directions for Indigenous-led food sovereignty and environmental justice movements. And I think it gets into some of what this talk is talking about with knowledge sharing across trans-Indigenous relations. Through taking a closer look at Unangach kakamiro, or subsistence processes and praxes, the world-making capacity of Unangam Tunu, my native language, storytelling and the transmissions of oral histories, and Unangam Taleri, Unangach dance, my dissertation project offers interventions into structures of settler colonialism that position themselves to narrate and diminish subsistence as merely an event. Subsistence instead is an enduring structure of sustainability, laden with protocols, responsibilities, and obligations for maintaining harmony and balance with and among specific local geographies that foster human, more than human, and environmental survivance. Through the discourse of subsistence, my work seeks out the specific stories, everyday practices, environmental protocols, and Unangach values that can provide insights into the ways Unangach live in reciprocity and sustainability with the natural world as a practice of what Gerald Wisner calls survivance. This gets a little deeper into my research, like thinking right now. I took these pictures in the background in Chalukach or Nikolsky. And it's showing the community seining for red salmon or hanuch from the beach in front of Chalukach village, as we have always done for 10,000 years plus, and as we plan to do for the next 10,000 years. At the center, I have kakamiroch, which means subsistence. And up to the right, I have place-based relationships, which I argue Unangach survivance depends on lifeways that include Unangach processes of subsistence, methods, theories, and praxes. These include cyclical practices of preparing, hunting, gathering, and sharing in what Robin Kimmerer calls a gift economy. Processes are shaped by patterns of weather and specific cultural protocols around an Unangach cycle of time or season. They reinforce, tend, and engage Unangach relations with more than human relatives and rely upon multisensory awareness with and among natural environments and cycles, which are now fluxing and changing in climate crisis contexts. Relationality is grounded in place-based kinship ties, accessed through physical existence in time and place, or through what Diane Millian calls intense dreaming, or what Lee Miracle would call memory, and ceremonies that activate and facilitate such ancestral connections like dance. In the processes and praxis section over here on the top right, Unangach subsistence processes and praxis inform and affect all ways of Unangach life and are evident in Unangach values. They inform protocol. They're inherently sustainable and efficient, expanding Unangach technologies, including but not limited to our ancient Ulach traditions, the semi-subterranean sod houses, hunting, gathering, and fishing tools, and waste management protocols, reciprocity, stewardship, and responsibility. And then up at the top, I have protocols here. Following Lee Miracle's assertion that stories govern life, protocols are iterated and reiterated in oral histories, performances, storytelling, spirituality, and quotidian or everyday practices. And protocols inform diplomatic relations with all creation, following Heidi Stark and Leanne Simpson's models of diplomacy. To get back to waste management again, more than human lives must receive the utmost respect from humans, which means that every part of an animal, plant, or being is used. That which cannot be used must be returned to earth, so we are not allowed to waste. That's a breach of protocol. Should protocols be breached, or should subsistence processes proceed without upholding these protocols, negligence, consequences are told and reiterated in oral histories and dance performances. So we're constantly reminded of these protocols. Some examples of waste management include midden sites and organic waste rather than waste from infrastructure or excess materials that come with the fossil fuel reliance, shipping, and waste from incorporation of Western products into Unangach diets specifically, and are required to continue subsistence processes or food access under global capitalist structures. And then respect is also part of protocols, and it's tied to the above mentioned protocol, but extends into performances. So songs, dances, and stories are created and performed throughout winters to model the ways that we are to act with more than human kin, to perform and practice methods to prepare for hunting, fishing, or gathering, to depict multisensory attention to more than human kin and life ways, to model interpersonal and trans-Indigenous relations, and to reiterate stories when protocols were breached, offer prayers and gifts and cycles of exchange. So my work is really involved with how dance is an embodiment of these subsistence processes to extend subsistence throughout and beyond the event. And protocols are iterated and reiterated seasonally, continuously, and cyclically. And on the bottom left, Unangach knowledges are iterative, Unangach knowledges as iterative. Textual and embodied archives are produced through everyday practices, such as oral histories and performances that facilitate transmissions of cultural knowledge and protocols. Sustainability protocols govern how Unangach live in reciprocity, stewardship, and multisensory awareness or attention with the environmental, human, and more than human relatives. And then Unangach knowledges are reiterative, Unangach knowledges as reiterative, or reproduced through practices and archives such as storytelling and multisensory media and performances, multisensory methodologies, which is something from sensory studies and performance studies, as pedagogy and reiterations of communal responsibilities that perpetuate sustainable subsistence protocols fostering survivance, as possibilities to contribute new perspectives on and solutions for mitigating global food insecurity, which we face in the Circumpolar Arctic and Native North Pacific, and climate change crises. So my work, Theorizing Unangach Cosmologies, reiterates Simon Ortiz's reminder that oral traditions reflect culturally specific beliefs and worldviews. Heidi Stark and Leanne Simpson's methodologies of listening and diplomatic relations provide method to facilitate reciprocity while engaging Unangach epistemologies and community for my theorization processes. Joanne Archibald's method of performing story research with Native elders and community, which I'm going to begin in the fall in the Aleutian Islands, informs how my project engages Unangach knowledges through multisensory studies of stories and performances. And I'm really using knowledge here in like Unangach knowledge or Indigenous knowledge systems in place of traditional ecological knowledges for several reasons that I can get into later. Unangach subsistence, Unangach have always honed meticulous multisensory attention, and I would argue that all Indigenous peoples of the Arctic. This is a method of Alaska Native survival that the late Unga Yukuk Oscar Coegley discusses. Unangach subsistence cosmologies or worldviews and sustainability protocols as a means to expand the scope of ongoing discussions of environmental justice and food sovereignty in Native American and Indigenous studies, issues of urgent global significance. So that's my introduction. Thank you for listening, Kakasakok. I'm excited to talk with you all more.
Thank you. I cannot wait for us to start discussing further. But to our audience, if anyone has any question, you feel free to send your questions to polar@wilsoncenter.org, or you could just tweet at us at Polar Institute, and then we can get to read your question. Heli Hannah, I was just wondering before we move to the next person, I mean, your presentation speaks about Indigenous methodologies and also conducting research, taking cognizance of epistemological differences that we have. You are into the arts, like dancing and so on. How do you relate this fine art to issues of epistemic justice and also climate change?
Yeah, that's a great question. I came to the arts early in my academic career, and it felt right for me. It felt like a memory awakening when I was reconnecting with like dance and these different arts, because Unangach practices and processes are inherently like arts. They're inherently embodied practices. So it was easy for me to use the language of the arts to discuss like subsistence. Once I was like trained in dance and all of these different performance studies things, I was like, oh my gosh, these are actually like Indigenous processes. Indigenous peoples are performers, and these things have been done before the language of dance or performance studies was ever imposed onto it. And I'm not trying to impose the language of performance studies onto these subsistence processes and practices that are intertwined with food sovereignty and environmental justice and climate change. But I just found it as a natural way for me to discuss and to research and to study and to write about and to create about the different issues that Unangach, where I'm from in the Aleutian Islands, are facing in the climate crisis. So it just felt natural for me. It felt epistemologically true for me, like the ways that Unangach knowledges are embodied and the ways that storytelling is really important to my research as well. And I had always felt before that the limiting like textocentrism in the academy has always been invalidating for Unangach and Indigenous knowledge systems. So I prefer to approach my research from a language and a lens and an ontology that makes sense for the peoples that I'm engaging with, that feels like epistemic justice, as you said.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we switch our focus a bit to the biologists and to get some perspectives in the different fields. So our next speaker is Peter Haldarsson. He is a biologist from Iceland, and he has a postgraduate diploma in public administration as well. Peter is part of the Arctic Youth Network, and currently he's a board member of the Icelandic Environmental Association. Peter, we are happy to have you. Have the screen.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone, and great to be here. So I'm from and in Iceland, and I wanted to share a little bit about, I guess, the background story of how I got here and is in the Arctic Fora. And it basically came about while I kind of by accident got pushed into environmental advocacy. And this picture I chose for a reason, and you can see I guess the contrasts in the landscape in Iceland, where you can see the small spring and the glacier in the mountain behind it. And if we zoom out a little bit, this is actually a mountain, and in that region I was, during my biology studies, I was working there as a summer job as a park ranger. And there you can see where that picture was taken. And if we go a little bit to the right, I just wanted to show you, that's actually the house where I stayed while working there. And just to give you a bit of an impression of that place, it has, you know, very nice views, you could say. And if we zoom out a bit further, you can see on a relatively old satellite image, there you can see the mountain and the region where I was, you know, working as a park ranger, taking care of that area. And then on either side of that mountain, you can see springing from the glacier in the top right corner are watersheds of pretty big rivers, actually one of the biggest rivers in Iceland. And if we go out even further, you can see on this slightly more recent satellite image that there's actually some pretty big reservoirs. So these reservoirs, and the biggest one is, you know, almost 60 square kilometers. They were actually created or built in the early 2000s to create electricity, not for the, you know, local communities, but for an aluminium smelter. So it's not, you know, so as you can see, this obviously created a lot of controversy at the time, and currently there's a lot of trauma in the Icelandic society after the polarization and how this was, you know, pushed through the parliament and so on. Anyway, so I was working there in that region as a park ranger under the kind of the looming shadow of this, you know, colossal project that had spurred so much controversy. And just to give you a clearer picture of the scale, you can see it actually is a pretty big project compared to Iceland, and has effects all the way to the coast and the, you know, the sediment that the rivers bring forth and so on. But anyway, so after this kind of personal acquaintance with that region, that really led me to environmental advocacy. And so there's the Icelandic Youth Environmentalist Association, which is an organization specifically for young people to, you know, do environmental advocacy. And, you know, I got more active with that organization, blah, blah, blah. And then we had the pleasure of meeting or having visitors from Alaska, of the Arctic Youth Ambassadors. It was the second cohort of that program. And that led to a very interesting discussion, because, you know, one of the main things we discussed was that, you know, even though we are both groups are from the Arctic region, it's difficult to know what's going on in other places of the Arctic. So without going into further details, with help from many different stakeholders and more, the Arctic Youth Network was created. And I guess I want to share with you something I co-wrote last year. So in that context, you know, working in Iceland in environmental advocacy, having this international fora to work together. Then last year, with my predecessor as chair of the Icelandic Youth Environmentalist Association, we wrote this handbook about the methodology that we have been using to, well, try to improve the relationship between society and nature. And I'm not going to go into the details, but you can see, you know, there's it's split into four slightly, well, pretty short chapters actually. But, you know, introduction, what's the landscape that, you know, you face when you are trying to do environmental advocacy, how your organization or this organization fits into that context. And then kind of the arc of doing advocacy. How do you prioritize what you're going to work on? How, you know, what can you do to approach it and so on. And then there's just, you know, a appendix, or what do you call it, glossary to help read to it. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that brief story of kind of why I got into this. And I guess this is a common theme across the entire Arctic. There are these extractive industries, whether it's from the actual minerals or, you know, raw material, or as in this case, they needed electricity where they are transforming some product, which is maybe imported from some mine in maybe in Brazil, and then they take the aluminum product and you know, use it somewhere else. But anyway, just wanted to share how how I came to this, and I look forward to continuing our discussion.
Thank you very much, Peter. And then I wanted to also say that there's an opportunity for panelists to pick 1 or 2 points from your co-panelists and then respond to them briefly after their first round of presentation. So I'll just go to the next presenter now, Janelle Trowbridge, right? Good to see you here. So just by way of introduction, Janelle is also an alumnus of the Arctic Youth Ambassador Program. She understands the importance of environmental security to be at the core of community wellness. Janelle aspires to foster a vital relationship between communities, Indigenous knowledge holders, and science agencies so that we can have an equitable co-production of knowledge. So Janelle, we are all yours.
Hey, so yeah, I'm Janelle Trowbridge. My parents are Roland and Deb Trowbridge. I was born in Michigan and we got to Alaska by sailing through the Northwest Passage on our family's 30-foot wooden sailboat. And I kind of did junior high and high school in Nome and recently got my bachelor's degree at UAA in biological sciences. I am Dutch and Red Russian, so I'm not Indigenous. But so something that we're hearing a lot throughout all of these panelists' conversations and presentations is relationships. And I'm gonna talk about relationships too. So what does the co-production of knowledge look like in science? Western scientists and science doesn't have a great record of facilitating the co-production of knowledge. It's been scientists being like, ooh, I'm curious about this thing, let me find all this information and then just leave. And it's still something present today where most scientists in Alaska, whether they be federal or different agencies, aren't from Alaska. And so that's just for the co-production of knowledge, you have relationships with people, and those people aren't just people that you're harvesting information from and moving on. The co-production of knowledge means that people are present for the methods and the analysis and the conclusions, and that both parties have the power to change the direction of research or to stop something if it seems inappropriate. So just looking at kind of the scientific world here in Alaska, a program that I had the privilege of being in was the Alaska Native Science and Engineering Program, which people call ANSEP, which has kind of helped with accessibility for students from rural Alaska and Indigenous, well, the focus is Indigenous students and students from rural Alaska, and getting students from all the way from middle school all the way up to their PhD, supporting students through all of those steps. Sorry, my puppy's whining. So I guess it's one thing to tell people, hey, we need, it's one thing to tell people we need more youth engagement, but it's another thing to have support youth through funding or creating spaces for youth to have relationships and connection. Something for me personally, even though like I don't have generational relationships to the land of Nome or Alaska, my relationship with the land here is kind of just in my developmental years. Sorry. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. So something that scientists look at and kind of are realizing is ecosystem management is a way to manage. Let's say you want to protect salmon. You can't just protect salmon because salmon are connected to different watersheds and how the leaf litter goes into streams and are connected to how, you know, the stream is shaped so that there is the right kind of habitat for their eggs, or the right amount of oxygen in the water. The salmon are part of a larger ecosystem and a larger relationship, and so are people. And so community health, the land and the environment are 100% part of community health. And a community facing climate change can't have agency or ability to adapt if they're not given power over their land and resources. And so for scientists, I think it's important that instead of coming in and saying, oh, you need me as an expert, you need me, and changing that relationship to, we need each other. And working on relationships, not only with people, local people, but with land, understanding that, like the relationship that Haley Hanna was talking about, understanding people's relationship with land, not just as like a product or an ecosystem service, but as an entity. So yeah, kind of going back to ANSEP, for me, moving from Nome to Anchorage was a huge change, from being in a small community where everyone you see, you wave at, and to being in Anchorage with like your feet never touch the dirt because everything's paved. And then like Nome has no trees, so it was weird being in trees. And then just like being on campus with all these students that don't really understand kind of being off the road system, or being more aware of where your food comes from, and those types of things. So ANSEP provided a space where I was able to connect with other students and also get scholarship support. And those students also were supporting you know, cultural connection as well, which I know is important for students, because it's hard to go into like the university system and survive alone, especially if you're not experienced in code switching between kind of those environments. And so something that's cool, like for ANSEP, is that myself, like I've recently taken on a new position as a wildlife biologist. And so students in my peer group, a couple other people have taken on those positions where they're getting to be in charge of their own research questions, or be contributing to ongoing monitoring, but being from the towns that this monitoring is happening around. So there's relationships already there. And so the future of science, I think, is like really, instead of being like, oh, ecosystem management might be smart, and also being like traditional ecological knowledge with Indigenous peoples isn't like, previously science is viewed as like, oh, these are just fairy tales or just stories, which is like, that's not the case at all. So building those relationships where there's equitable power in the research projects that are happening. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, where I've had experiences as an Arctic Youth Ambassador and having youth voice, but I also think it's important that youth are supported through actually getting into, getting support into being within these agencies. ANSEP has been a great example of that. They're having people who are working really hard on relationships and landing internships, and also creating a physical space on campus for students to have community. And yeah, hoping that science, hopefully that things like that will allow us to see more Alaskan made biologists and researchers. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. I can see Haley Hanna nodding. I think that she shares some of the stories that you have shared. But before I give you the chance, Heliana, to probably say one or two words to it, I just want us to start our discussion in terms of our questions for the panel. I think we have half an hour left to go on with our program. So my question is this: we have heard severally that climate change affects the Arctic 2 times, in some places, in fact, 3 times more than other parts of the world. And this doesn't only affect indigenous peoples, but for every person who lives in the Arctic. So Janelle, I want to start with you. I know that you have worked as a member of the Polar Bear Patrol team, where you have kept your eyes on wild bears that come into human population and so on. How does climate change uniquely affect biodiversity in the Arctic?
So climate change is hard for biodiversity because we're seeing change happen. And yes, the Earth has gone through change in the past, but the rate of change is really fast. So animals and food chains and different things don't have the time to adapt, which means we're seeing, like habitats being pushed higher up mountains or further north until they're not really existing anymore. So those things have to adapt or die off. So climate change is, big for biodiversity because it's changing those, when things lay eggs and when the bugs are out and when the sea ice cracks open and the algal blooms happen, those things are like, it can change those timing and change that availability and ruin or disrupt crucial interactions between species. And the water temperature and acidification can change. So, fish might not be able to spawn in places that they've been able to before. And yeah, sea ice is a big thing for polar bear and walrus. They're having to use land resources, having maybe more conflict with humans. So it's all changing, and it's incredibly complex, interwoven systems that are all communicating and have evolved together.
Yeah. Heliana, you have some experience with subsistence farming. I've seen some pictures of fish farming or probably going fishing and so on. How has climate change uniquely affects biodiversity from your experience?
Yeah, I'll start by saying that it's not farming. Indigenous peoples of where I'm from don't farm, and it previously was like a cosmological dissonance, right? Like we would only harvest or gather when the earth and the plants and the animals present themselves to us. So farming was a disruption. And that's just like a slight cosmological thing. I always get thrown into these agricultural conversations because my work is about subsistence, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's not what my work is. It's not agriculture. But yeah, no, that's a great question. The changes we've been witnessing, I mean, I've witnessed them in my lifetime in the Aleutian Islands. I witnessed the changes in returns even from summer to summer in the past like 5 to 7 years that I've lived in Denali lands in South Central Alaska. And these aren't my homelands, but I've been fishing here and gathering, and like what Janelle was saying, it's timing that is really affecting the returns. So in the Aleutian Islands, like a lot of our life is built around the returns and the migrations of animals, salmon and berries. And another major thing that we're seeing in the Aleutians is the lack of snow. Snow coverage in the winter is really critical. It's critical for salmon berries and all of our berries. And one thing that I do want to note about that, those observations are multisensory in nature, and they're embodied and they're witnessed and they're told and retold. And this is one of the ways that our Indigenous knowledge systems are inherently interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary. You know, I'm not just an artist, we're also scientists. We just may not be trained in the Western language of science in the ways that like Janelle or Peter might be, right? But that observation that snow coverage in the winter affects our berries and our greens, that's Indigenous science. That's Unangach science. And those are stories that I've heard my whole life, the different ways that the animals are affected. And then another one of the really scary issues in the Aleutian Islands are the harmful algal blooms. So we've had a lot more harmful algal blooms than when I was young and when I was a kid. And this means that we likely won't be able to consume any of the filter feeders or the beach foods that are the tidal foods that are filter feeders. And these beach foods are really important to our harvests and to our gathering, because we, you know, our diet in the Aleutians, the things we ate wasn't just about like consuming. It's not about consuming. It's about the ways that it makes us healthy to live in reciprocity and stewardship with tidal foods and with birds and with sea mammals and with salmon and with each other and with greens and berries and the different performances and processes that we create throughout the years to honor those different relationships. And it is all a really complex system, like just like what Janelle was saying. So I could talk about it in the embodied ways, but also like that is, I've been really articulate in the academy that this is important. It's an important epistemological paradigm shift to honor Indigenous knowledge systems that include embodied knowledges with science. Like it's not separate, like the arts, dance, and science aren't separate things. And in Indigenous knowledge systems, we don't have those like boxes that would say that the arts are over here and dance is this and sewing is this and science is that. Like it's all woven together really, really brilliantly. Yeah, that was one thing that I really liked listening to Janelle's talk, was that the articulation of knowledge systems and epistemologies and like the different ways that Western sciences are hegemonic in the academy, and organizations that lead things like climate change mitigation use the language of that and use the methodologies of extractivist scientific methods and don't include Indigenous knowledge systems or Indigenous methodologies. So I've been really adamant about grounding everything in Indigenous methodologies and Indigenous ethics to stop extractivist research and to allow Indigenous ways of knowing an equitable and a valuable and a valid seat at the table when it comes to academic knowledge production.
Yes, Desiree, do you have any experiences to share on this, how someone from the Arctic and live in the Arctic, how climate change has affected or is affecting your lifestyle or the lifestyle of your community?
Definitely. I do just want to reiterate to what Heliana just said. I think that that was so important in the sense that there's this idea in, you know, I'm working mostly in development and with communities that are looking for development in most cases. There's this idea that, you know, we don't, as Indigenous communities, we don't want any development. We're against it. That's not true. And that couldn't be farther from the truth. We just want that place at the table. And we want that place at a table where it's connected to actual meaningful decision making. We don't just want to be a box that's checked. And I think that's what's really, really important. And where I come from around engagement practices, that's probably the message I deliver the most is, you know, there's just as much, if not more, that this community can deliver to industry or proponents than your scientists that you bring in. They're necessary. We want to hear from them too. We want to be able to make informed decisions. But we also need to look at the science of the community. And, you know, our northern communities are full of it. The amount of things that I learn, you know, when I go into a new community that welcomes me in that I have not been in before, and the things that they teach me just about weather patterns and ice melting and, you know, going back to food sovereignty, how the climate and has changed this and how far they have to go out now versus where they did 10 years ago. And how do we maintain that knowledge? And I think that's the most important thing. There's such a worry that that's going to be lost because our elders are getting older, and we need to know how has this changed? How has the climate impacted how we get our food, how we support our community, and what are those practices that go with it? So I think there's definitely something of value that needs to be recognized. And right now it's getting better in Canada, at least it's getting better, but it's not entirely recognized yet, and the value is exponential.
thank you for your expositions. I go straight to Peter. Peter, you are an environmentalist, and you have even helped produce a framework or a book to guide young environmental activists in their activism and so on. For you, I mean, we're talking about knowledge systems. How much of indigenous knowledge paradigms is contained in knowledge about climate change adaptations?
Sorry, could you repeat?
I mean, with your work as an environmentalist and with the link of the book you have shared, we're talking about knowledge systems here. How much of consideration of indigenous knowledge systems do you consider, or do environmentalists consider in the fight against climate change?
Well, so basically, when me and my colleague wrote this handbook last year, we were trying to, well, part of the purpose of this handbook was to use it as kind of a conversation starter to share what we had been doing, because we obviously don't have any experience in other knowledge systems, which we do not, you know, don't really know anything about. So I guess we were partly trying to, you know, put this forth as a conversation starter so we could have a dialogue about, okay, this is how we have been doing things and thinking, and could then have a dialogue with others, how they have been approaching similar, you could say, topics. And then also simultaneously, we were also trying to, you know, at least attempt to improve our own, you could say, cultural context, or how the way of the, you could say, the Western or Icelandic thinking, because to be entirely honest, our culture is not really super developed in, you know, our relationship with nature and so on. So I guess we're both kind of trying to have this, you know, way of discussing how these different knowledge systems are approaching these things, and also trying to somehow improve ours, because definitely many of the problems we're facing on a global level relate to how there are, you could say, deficiencies in knowledge systems like the Western one.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just move to Janelle. So from the same question, there's a recent research in Sweden that shows that state bureaucrats do not really have so much information even about indigenous epistemologies. And so when issues about impact assessment are carried out, they beg for more explanations, or perhaps they carry out some of their decisions without any due regard to this. For you, as someone who has worked or has volunteered or interned with a state institution, how do you think that indigenous knowledge system can, what kind of effect can indigenous knowledge system have on the measures for climate change mitigation? And how can we make state bureaucrats aware of some of these different epistemologies?
So, okay, there's two things. You're saying how do state agencies become educated on kind of indigenous knowledge systems, and then what impact does that have?
Yeah.
I think if state agencies want to become educated on indigenous knowledge systems, there's plenty of indigenous people like Haley Hana or other leaders that are leading research and are doing a lot of work to put that knowledge into kind of the format that those institutions, kind of the language those institutions speak, or are doing the work to challenge and host conversations, like the Alaska, I think it's the Alaska's, there's an institution here in Alaska, it's the first, I don't remember the name of it, but yeah, going out and seeking those people who are already doing that, and then paying them to educate your people, pay them for their time, pay them for their skills, and then yeah, bring those expertise into your teams, and also hire, you know, the students that are from local areas or local people, but also work on listening to them and giving them power to build network or support them in building network, pay them for the network building that they're going to be doing for your agency. Don't just bring them into kind of a almost like toxic environment and then be like, cool, diversity hire and move on. I think, how does that impact research? Well, it makes it informed, right? Like there's so many times where scientists are like, oh, I discovered this new thing, or look, this species is doing this thing, and the people that are there like, yeah, we could have told you that on day one. Like, so there's a and then just sustainability, right? Like if we're going to make changes or monitoring and management decisions to try to adapt with climate change, if you do that without working with the people whose land it is, the indigenous people, it's not going to go well, because you'll end up with situations where you're making uninformed decisions and having fallout where there could have been actual relationship building and sustainable choices, versus choices that end up being kind of more harmful because they were short-sighted or not well-rooted. I don't know if that's helpful or what you were looking for.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the intent of it. I have one question for Tesauri, and then I would also throw it to Haley Hannah. We are running out of time, but 2 minutes each. I mean, this is one of the cracks of our panel. It has to do with the recent surge of extractives in the Arctic, both mining and wind power, what we now call wind farms, in this urge towards green shift and so on. But then this green shift has its own repercussions on indigenous people's lands and livelihood and so on. But how do we reconcile this paradox of extracting natural resources for a greener world, and at the same time, the repercussions that we may have on indigenous people's livelihood? That's all right.
Yeah, I think I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but it's really about local control and local drive, you know, the locals driving that and those initiatives, because again, it's not that, you know, indigenous people or all indigenous communities are against development and against, you know, wind farms or green shifting of any type of technology. It's just a matter of it being done properly and coming from the right place. So I think, you know, as an indigenous woman, I have to remember that my responsibilities to that title come first. And for communities, each individual, each person has different responsibilities as well. And having that outlook when we're talking about development and understanding that, you know, those indigenous ways of knowing and doing are linked to these responsibilities, and that's what's going to come first. So it's going to be a collective benefit. And whereas industries that come in that are generally driving these technologies that are, you know, classified as, you know, green shifting technologies, they're coming in with different responsibilities and different priorities that generally aren't that. There has to be a bridge between those two. And you know, looking at, I mean, Hannah mentioned numerous theorists that give great perspective into indigenous ways of knowing and indigenous methodologies, but making sure that whatever comes of that is rooted in that. Two-eyed seeing is another one I think that wasn't mentioned earlier. That is one way of where you can look at the best of both and figure out how to reconcile that. It's not easy. And your question was specifically, how do we reconcile that? There's, in my opinion, there's no answer. Because as I said earlier, it's unique to that community, it's unique to their experiences, and it's unique to their responsibilities that they have. I can't speak to a community that isn't mine. All I can do is present back the words that they share with me. And that's, you know, what I hope to do well, but I hope that industry, government, agencies are all coming in and approaching things from that Indigenous methodological lens as well. And if they haven't, they should read Linda Tuwali Smith, because that's a good place to start.
Yeah.
Yes, Haley, Hannah. Yes, but I think that, yeah, just speaking up from where Desiree just ended, I think that there's also the issue of FPIC in terms of would Indigenous people be consulted? Would their right to say yes or no be a veto? Or actually, it does depend on the nature of the project itself. What benefit does it have for the society, or what kind of repercussions it has? So, what do you think? Do you agree with this already, that there's no like a straitjacketed way to look at this, but then it should probably depend on what benefits the community derives from it?
Yeah, I agree with Desiree, and I would completely shift the directionality of that, like another community coming in and bringing something else to an Indigenous. I don't think that's the way that change happens personally, and my work is really rooted in Indigenous resistance and resurgence movements, such as the ones happening in Kanaka Maoli, Aina, and their resistance to green energies that has been brought to them. So I think the whole directionality like needs to change, instead of like assuming that it's outsiders coming into Native communities and bringing like this green energy. So I'm like all about Indigenous resistance movements and organizations like the Just Transition Alaska and all of these different things in my work, because I understand subsistence or food sovereignty and environmental justice as environmental resistance to settler occupation and invasion, which also means like a resistance to settler or outside epistemologies that are continuously imposing power and dominion over Indigenous knowledge systems. And parts of this resistance includes trans-Indigenous collaborations and coalition building, like what we're doing now across the Arctic, to continue movements against environmental destruction, which does affect Unangach and Circumpolar Arctic Indigenous access to our food lifeways. And it interrupts transmissions of cultural knowledge related to subsistence processes, sort of what Desiree was talking about earlier. But particularly, I, instead of like, a lot of the responses to climate change, especially in Alaska, where impacts disproportionately are experienced by Alaska Native peoples or in the Arctic by Indigenous peoples, often center the urgency and precarity to implement alternative forms of energy, like this green energy movement. But that's why like my project is taking a different approach. I'm suggesting focusing attention instead on repairing interpersonal kinship relations that Unangach subsistence practices depend upon. And it also like addresses the green foods narrative, and I'm refusing the white stream neoliberal green foods movement in the United States that is affecting rural Alaska, and it does come to rural villages through introducing a paternalistic dependency on outside foods, which affects our subsistence lifeways and ignores like our cosmological connections to these different foodways. So yeah, I think it just needs to happen in a, like if we reverse the unidirectionality of assuming change or shifts through centering and having these like deep conversations and coalition building and collaboration and with Indigenous communities and doing it ethically in a with, by, and for method rather than an extractivist, like I'm going to tell you what we're going to change sort of thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, great. Time is just staring at us, but I think we are doing good on time. I have my last question. I'll just give it to Peter and to Janelle, and then you could just also add your concluding remarks before I take the final ones from Hailey, Hannah, and Tesori. Now, sometime in January, we had the Foreign Minister of Norway, Ina Søreide, who said that Arctic policy of Norway is influenced by the people who live there. And she said specifically that this policy would be informed by knowledge, it will be informed by facts, and it will be informed by expertise. Going back to this epistemic justice and how we consider Indigenous people's knowledge, we are on the concept of meaningful engagement. And co-production of knowledge. We know that co-production of knowledge offers a lot of opportunities for knowledge growth and for practical knowledge systems. What does meaningful engagement mean to you as a biologist in the field of environmental activism, Peter?
Well, I guess, especially from my perspective of being from Iceland, I think the main challenge is here that there are these very powerful stakeholders like the Arctic states and national states around the world. And they usually, the people in there and their structures have their background, and they might not even, they might know that have heard of that there are those, other knowledge systems and so on. But I think maybe one of the main challenges is that they genuinely don't comprehend, what that really means, how deep it actually goes to have different knowledge systems and kind of the significance of that. So I guess what I'm really reflecting on, and especially the more I learn about those other knowledge systems, which have these deep-rooted connections with the rest of nature and so on, I'm starting to think that the main challenge we need to is how do we communicate that we have these different knowledge systems, and how do we in a practical way really kind of get the knowledge systems on a peer-to-peer basis as you would do with different communities. So it's not just about bringing all the people in the Arctic together, but also, I guess, on a slightly broader level, how do we, communicate? And I guess that's maybe not a simple task, but I think what we really need for, especially those who have a lot of power and influence in the Arctic, they really need to learn the significance of the importance of the diversity of the knowledge systems. And I hope that answers it a little bit.
Janelle, yes, you have the screen.
So the question is, what is meaningful engagement?
Yes. What does meaningful engagement mean to you as someone who is working with wildlife?
Well, there's like all sorts of types of engagement, right? There's like collaborative engagement, there's like outreach engagement, there's just sharing engagement. But I think in all of those, meaningful engagement for me means that it's not coming from like anyone's ego. It's not like ego conflict, and that you're seeing curiosity, and you're seeing people being open to multiple ways of knowing, and there's vulnerability, and people looking at their values. I think a lot of engagement conflict is just conflict of values, and so just having curiosity about each other's values, and seeking to understand those.
Yeah. Yes, Haley, Hannah, in 1 minute each with Desiree, what is your thoughts on meaningful engagement as an Indigenous person in terms of co-production of knowledge? And then I will take the last word from Desiree after you, Haley, Hannah.
For me, it just is based around community-based research engagements that are conducted with, by, and for communities, which really gives power and decision-making and like methodological building and research design into the hands of the communities that I'm working with. So I think it's just like being a translator, like from the academy to my community, translating and sharing, rematriating knowledges, rematriating information that have been gatekept outside of my community. So it's just about like upholding my responsibility and using the power and privilege that I have in the academy to share, and just to resource share and to knowledge share, and to give power back to my community. That's how I understand a meaningful engagement.
Yeah, giving power back to your community. I'm giving power to you, Desiree, to give us your last word.
I don't know how I can follow that because I think that was really good. I love the concept of leveraging power because I think that that's what I try to do every day. That's part of the responsibility that was given to me. And that's what I want to do with my engagement practice, not only when I'm engaging as a researcher, but also helping other people engage. I want to make sure it's designed by and designed for. And more than anything, I want to be able to create space for those voices that have been marginalized in the past. I want to create the space to rise them up and really ensure that they are actually being heard and that it is meaningful, that it is something that is there. So that's really what it's about for me. It's leveraging whatever powers I do have to really ensure that I can help create that space or encourage others to create that space.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that the time has passed so quickly, but I'm sure that we've really had an exhaustive discussion of the topic on climate change and biodiversity action and research. So thank you very much. I think much talk has been done, yet much work of the talk needs to be done. And so we are hoping that next year when we meet again, we'll be able to take stock of the actions that we have taken individually in our communities and in our various actions. So thank you for joining us. I think this is the end of this session. And I think in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we would have the next session on political leadership. Thank you, Michaela.
Thank you very much. I'll just end off by saying that I just want to congratulate you all on this panel because we all attend many panels on climate change and biodiversity action research, and I'd say that this one is unique and very powerful and one that many people should be watching to see how youth are now thinking about co-production of knowledge, about the environment, and how we'll move forward in the next 25 years. So please join us in 10 minutes after the hour for our next panel on political leadership and governance, where I'm sure we'll have even more enlightening discussions. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got your coffee, as I have mine. At the last session, we heard about power sharing with communities, relationship building, and respecting various knowledge systems when we're making informed decisions in policy research and other ways of acting within the Arctic. Next, we will have a discussion about political leadership and governance in the Arctic, which I'm sure will be interconnected with the previous discussions that we've had. And the panel will be moderated by Ms. Marisol Maddox, who is an Arctic analyst at the Polar Institute and has recently received her master's. Congratulations, Marisol. I'll hand it over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Michaela. Yes, and I am so pleased to be the moderator today for the final panel of this awesome two-day event. I have really appreciated hearing all these different perspectives. So today we will be discussing political leadership and governance. Youth are not only the leaders of the future, many have already been elected to office, worked in international governance and policy, and contributed to Arctic decision-making. So this panel of youth leaders will identify some of the most important challenges of the Arctic we'll be facing as a region, looking forward 25 years, as well as recommending actions that can be taken to help to mitigate those challenges. So we have 5 panelists here that are offering different perspectives. I will let them each introduce themselves and provide some initial remarks. So I'll just kick it off by handing the stage over to Katerina Kertasova, a NATO 2030 Young Leader. Katerina, the floor is yours.
Marisol, thank you very much, and thanks to you and your colleagues for the invitation. It's been a wonderful event so far, and I'm really happy to be able to be a part of it. So I work as a policy fellow at the European Leadership Network in London, and I'm a global fellow at the Kennan and Polar Institutes and the Wilson Center. And over the past few months, I participated in the NATO 2030 Young Leaders Program, which I will focus my introductory presentation on. So this Young Leaders program was part of the NATO 2030 initiative. For those of you who might not be familiar with this initiative, there's currently a reflection process going on at NATO about how the alliance should adapt for the next decade and beyond. And this whole process should inform the drafting and the adoption of a new strategic concept at NATO, which is a core document that outlines NATO's purpose. It defines its tasks and, the features of the security environment in which NATO operates. And to inform his thinking and recommendations, the Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has appointed an expert group which produced a report in December last year. And he's also been consulting with representatives of the private sector, civil society, and younger generations. And within this context, 14 young professionals from across the alliance were appointed as NATO 2030 young leaders, including myself, to advise the Secretary General on NATO 2030. We were all aged between 25 and 35, and we represented diverse professional fields. So from lawyers and researchers to space engineers, journalists, and diplomats. And our task was to provide fresh thinking and ambitious moonshot ideas on how NATO should adapt for the next decade and beyond, so it can face tomorrow's challenges better. Our work focused on 5 themes. One of them was climate security and green transition. And I was personally responsible for the drafting and coordination of our climate chapter and recommendations. And this chapter focused on not only what the Alliance can do to better adapt its forces and equipment to extreme circumstances, but also how it could reduce its own ecological footprint and improve its situational awareness. 3 months ago in February, our Young Leaders report was published and handed over to the Secretary General. I think that our recommendations were well received, including our focus on economic resilience, responsibility sharing as a new metric, which we proposed should replace, the 2% spending metric, and emissions reduction efforts. So as some of you might know, we don't know how much our militaries emit at this very moment. It is very difficult then to speak about their emissions reductions or to set any targets. And we think that climate change in particular will be on top of NATO's agenda at the upcoming summit, which will take place in June, and when NATO starts developing a new strategic concept. So, our recommendation in this regard was that NATO helps allies measure their military carbon emissions, and in the next step, it helps them set voluntary emissions reduction targets. And of course, only time will tell which of our suggestions will be discussed at the June summit and which one of them will help shape the new strategic concept. But I really believe there's a genuine interest in this new approach to security. And so this was a bit of an overview of the NATO 2030 Young Leaders program, but I would like to use this opportunity to maybe tell you a little bit more about other ways in which NATO is incentivizing youth participation in transatlantic security. So to give you a few examples, youth constituted 35% of participants of the first NATO Engages event and 50% of its participants at the third NATO Engages event. In September last year, the Secretary General engaged with students from 10 universities across NATO to discuss the security implications of climate change. Last November, NATO organized the first ever NATO Youth Summit, which was attended by over 900 participants from 70 countries. And 2 months ago, NATO organized its first policy hackathon, which was also intended to contribute to this NATO 2030 reflection process. And one of the 5 hackathon themes focused on reduction of military carbon emissions. Later this year, the first intake of NATO young professionals will take place at NATO. And throughout the period of 3 years, these young professionals will be assigned to 3 different NATO bodies and spend a year in each. And within NATO, there's also a NATO Young Staff Network, which brings together young staffers to brainstorm innovative approaches across different areas. So in a nutshell, this is what NATO has been doing up to date. It is obvious that NATO is in a listening mode and that incorporating youth voices and hearing us out is high on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Katerina. I'd like to hand the floor over to Sam Schimmel to give his introductory remarks.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sam Schimmel. I'm Kanaitsi Indian and Siberian Yupik Eskimo. I think for context, I grew up in between a place called Gamble and Kenai, where we were on the edge of subsistence and on the edge of really the world, in my mind. I grew up in a place where we didn't have a grocery store, per se. We had our ocean, we had our traditional ways, and we had the land that was around us. And in growing up there, I've watched as climate change has negatively impacted our communities and has changed really the face of the Arctic. And in some ways for the better and in some ways for the worse. Right now, I head up I sit as the vice chair of the Arctic Youth Network, which is an international organization committed to building capacity for advocacy in rural and non-rural communities in the Arctic and outside of the Arctic. We have a number of different projects going on right now. We have a working group working to create feedback for the BBNJ revision that's going to be happening soon. We have working groups working to identify areas for opportunity for Indigenous peoples and others as well. My background in policy, I guess, stems from working with actually one of your Wilson Fellows, Lieutenant Governor Malott of Alaska. I sat on the climate action leadership team for the state where we came up with the climate policy for Alaska. And so in moving forward, I think as we come off that wonderful presentation about civic engagement and about how to best engage in collaboration, I'm reminded of those good practices and hope that they can be carried forward in future policy. Yeah, so that's me. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Sam. I'd like to hand the floor over to Sekeningwak Poulsen of the Inuit Circumpolar Council of Greenland.
Hello, Nguyen, Koena. My solid o kamagani Sekeningwame at Sakapuna. Inowang kalasino naning ngani. Thank you. Like Marisol said, my name is Sekeningwak, and I'm an Inuit from Kalasino at Greenland. So my work is mainly around decolonization, revitalization, and mental health. But I wanted to do a quick remark on decolonization in political governance. And I'm going to start off with using Greenland as an example, because Greenland is very looked up on because of our government being, like, we have our own government while being under the Danish kingdom. But still, even though we have our own government, our government is still very much colonized. Now I'm going to explain that quickly. So while not all political scientists were supporters of colonization, the study of politics and their way of thinking is still very much influenced by colonial assumptions. So in that way, political governance still tends to have colonial tendencies and are therefore not fit for regions of indigenous peoples, for example, the Greenlandic government. And when you look at political governance, it usually has under that, it usually has education and health and etc. And as long as the political governance and political science continues the way that it is right now, especially in Greenland, it will still be Eurocentric and therefore colonial as well. So the concepts of discipline in the political governance, it transposes poorly onto Indigenous experiences and practices because they're product of an academic enterprise that comes from European colonial scholars. So when we look at that, the way that political governance still tends to have colonial tendencies, and the concepts of discipline are a product of an academic enterprise that comes from European colonial scholars. Many would say that this is very radical to say, but when you look at what I've just explained, you could say that Greenland is still a colonized country with the way that our political government is being ruled. So kind of like a quick recap, I guess, or more like not a recap, just like finishing it off. So how do we indigenize or decolonize political science is that listen to Indigenous peoples, their needs, their way of living, their ideologies, and just way of thinking. And that means we have to decolonize ourselves because we are socialized to view the colonial norms as the norms. So yeah, that's pretty much what I had to say. Bueno.
That's great. Thank you so much. I'd like to hand the floor over now to Petter Lundström, a political science student at Umeå University. Petter, the floor is all yours.
Yes, well, thank you. I'm Petter. I'm a student of political science with a wide background in various civil society functions. I only barely have my bachelor's degree in political science, so I will not accentuate any academic research or anything. I will instead try to communicate concerns that are most prominent amongst my youth in my surroundings. And I will be addressing three main aspects that I believe will dominate future governance. The first one is climate, the second one is climate, and the third one is climate with a sprinkle of democracy. And since my expectations of the politics of the future is the following, sustainable climate action will be achieved in like the really tiny intersection between four main concepts. The first one is the arrival of serious climate consequences. The second one is critical levels of awareness of these consequences, and this awareness is could be expected to be moderated by institutional medial actors. The third concept is sufficient political mandate and power of action. This is of really huge importance because well, it is moderated by sufficiently, if you say, vibrant and vital social capital through civil society. Because well, the difference between dictatorship and democracy is everyone gets to share their views, but nothing gets done, and dictatorship is everything gets done, but no one gets to share their opinion. And to be able to counter global scale climate change, we will have to get stronger political mandate and stronger political power of action at the cost of democratic institutions, to some extent at least. And the importance of civil society on the matter is that civil society must be strong, and civil society and educational institutions needs to be strong enough to be able to, for society to be able to survive through stronger political mandate. And after when sustainable ways of lives are instituted, we can return to more democratic ways of governance. In regards to the earlier panel discussion, I would like to present or pose a definition of some definitions of meaningful engagement as well. Meaningful engagement at one point at least is being taken into account when others make decisions. That's one. And another point, it means getting relevant information in time to be able to respond and perhaps make one's remark in regards to the information. And a third point, meaningful engagement requires the response you make to be able to be included in discussions and regarded in medial forums and in kitchen table discussions and actually make a difference. So this is a number of ways to define meaningful engagement to me. I would like to pick up two questions of order in regards to the earlier panel as well. And first, I want to commend Janelle's presentation, mainly that I think was done mainly without the manuscript, and it is incredibly easier to follow people's points, even when their English skills are as bad as mine. But it could come at the cost of professionality, but will yield more constructive discussions. And so I would encourage more people to do that in forums in their presentations as well, in forums like this. And lastly, I would like to point out Desiree's point that she made, that not all indigenous peoples are against economic development. And I would like to raise the question of what practices could be successful in reconciling majority society interests with indigenous peoples. So if anyone would like to pick up the thread on that, I would welcome it. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Petter. And we will have a chance for each panelist to respond. But first, I'll hand the floor over to Johannes Lundvall, a youth politician of the Lingen Alps. Johannes, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. So my name is Johannes Lundvall, and I'm a 17-year-old boy from northern Norway, from Lingen. So I am at my second year of general studies at Nordsjøsbotn High School, just north of Tromsø. And I started my political journey at the pupil council at my elementary school, but it quickly developed into more than that. And today I have been the leader of multiple youth councils in the region, and have got a lot of experience with that. And I've spoken about youth opinions on vital issues for our local communities and the Arctic as a whole. But today I want to talk about democracy, about the struggles that it is experiencing and some solutions. But before I get into that, I want to take a detour into the past. Democracy is said to have been invented in ancient Greece. It was a kind of revolutionary idea at the time, that ordinary people were capable of dealing with the biggest issues of the time, and they didn't need to rely on a single supposedly superior ruler. And it was a political system, a way of doing things, and a democratic technology appropriate of the time. But if we jump ahead to the 19th century, democracy was having another flourishing moment. And that was the idea of representative democracy, that you elect a bunch of people to look after your best interests. And if you think about the conditions at the time, the fact that it was impossible to gather everybody together physically, and they didn't have internet or phones, it was a kind of democratic technology appropriate for the time. And if we go to the present time, we're living through a crisis of democracy, or what I would call a crisis of representative democracy. People don't have trust in the system or the establishment or politicians, however you want to phrase it. They think it's a flawed system, fundamentally not working. And we see this crisis of democracy take place in many different countries. In places like Hungary or Turkey, you see a very frighteningly authoritarian leaders being elected. And here in Norway, only 65% of voting age people voted in local elections in 2019, not more than half. And this crisis of democracy has many roots, but one of the biggest one is that we haven't upgraded our democratic technology. We're still too far reliant on the systems that we inherited from the 19th and from the 20th century. The world has become more connected, more complex, and in need of international cooperation never seen before in regards to, for example, the climate crisis. Now, that doesn't mean we should just throw out everything that's working about the current system. I think we will always need representatives to carry out the complex work of running day-to-day modern world. But I think we have to look back to move forward, back to ancient Greece. We need to move towards a kind of everyday democracy, a democratic system closer to people, giving us more meaningful opportunities to be involved in it, giving us a sense that we're not just a part of a government on one day every few years when we vote, but we're a part of it every other day of the year. And this everyday democracy needs to hit two criteria, in my opinion: high participation and high quality public discussion. So here I can draw up some experiences from my time in youth councils. In 2019, the parliament passed a law mandating every municipality to have a youth council here in Norway. Now, a few municipalities have had youth councils for up to 25 years, but a lot didn't even have one. So this is a major win for the youth. We get a place to be represented in formal situations. But there's a big difference between having a youth council just to follow the law, just on the paper, and having real engagement and participation in political processes. Some municipalities have a youth council that has no budget, does not have a secretary or adult to help them, and they only have a meeting twice a year. That's not involving youth. Some other municipalities have cracked the code. Their youth council has a large enough budget, a good secretary, they get visits from bureaucrats and politicians, they are put in front of evidence and experts, they get schooling on how to argue and discuss, and involve not just elected youth representatives, but other youth too. And by doing this, they bring key insights in local policies and have made a difference for the better for their communities. Thanks.
Great, that was wonderful. And that's really fascinating. I didn't realize that it was actually a law that was mandating municipalities to have those youth councils. And I'm curious, is that only something that exists in Norway then?
I think I haven't heard about it a lot of other places, but there are some forms of youth councils around, but I don't think any country has mandated every municipality to do it.
Very interesting. Okay. Well, so I would encourage our viewers, if you would like to submit any questions for the panelists, you can send an email to polar, P-O-L-A-R, at wilsoncenter.org. Again, that was polar@wilsoncenter.org. And until then, we have other questions to address. So first, I will open it up to you, the panelists, if any of you wanted to respond to some of your fellow panelists. You all offered very different perspectives. So I'll just open the floor and you can just indicate if you would like to respond. Petter, are you clapping or raising your hand? Okay.
I tried to raise my hand, but
okay.
I don't know if I pressed the wrong button or something.
Go ahead.
Yes, well, in regards to Johannes' interesting criteria of this mode of democracy, you described high participation and high quality public discussion. I believe there are three main ideals of democracy that we try to achieve when we institute democratic governance. One ideal is electoral democracy, where everyone gets their share of the vote, and like the representative, how should I explain it? You don't participate in the governance, but you elect your representatives, basically. And another one is deliberative democracy, which relates to this high quality public discussion. And I believe there is one ideal that I cannot think of at the moment, but that completes this. I think it is participation, electoral, and deliberative that are the three main categories. And one main problem, I myself believe that this high quality discussion is like the fundamental drive of every democratic country and every democratic effort. And when you look at social media and the idea with social media in regards to democracy was that now everyone gets a forum, everyone gets a place to share their views. It is you are not only referred to the media, but you can write what you want on your own without having any gatekeeper regulating what you say. So social media, when everyone gets access to social media, we expect that everyone it would be democratic and it would be constructive. But if I look at forums at social media, the tone and the discussions and the number of participants and the fact that most people commenting on Facebook forums and such are a very small minority and represents a very, like, most normal people don't actually engage in social media discussions because of the tone and the problems with racism and problems with misogyny and such things. How do you think, you Johannes especially, but you others as well, how do you think that the problem of social media and the problem that social media did not become, when everyone gets to say what they want, it did not become this democratic ideal, this democratic paradise, but a problematic arena instead? If anyone has any thoughts on that.
I just have like a quick regarding this whole like that social media is open for all to be democratic and speak on their values and opinions and such. This is a very big privilege to white people or Western people specifically, because us Indigenous peoples and people of color are very much active regarding our issues and what things we want to be right or changed or such. But the problem is that social media tends to completely wipe it away every single time. So recently, May 5th, we had the International Day of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. And I participated in bringing up information about what this is all about, what the day is about, and that this is a very huge issue for Indigenous peoples. And the next day, all of us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook woke up to all of our posts had been removed by Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So personally, I would say that like when it comes to political issues or issues in the Arctic, it's a privilege to be able to speak upon your issues and not just something you can do because it's always ignored or completely wiped away when you're Indigenous or a people of color, a person of color.
Johannes, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I want to bring up 2 points. One regarding like using new technology for democracy, and one with Indigenous people and how to represent them. Because here in Norway, we have a bad history about trying to assimilate or like remove the Sami people, the Indigenous people living here. We took the children away and put them in schools so they could only speak Norwegian and not their Indigenous language. And that's really bad, and we're done with that. But like, we're not perfect. And for example, there have been cases against the Indigenous people this year and such, but we have made progresses. For example, we have a parliament for the Indigenous people. It's called the Sameting, where they only Sami people get together. They have funding. They're in the law. And they have a big influence on how policies are being made and formed here in the north. And they are experts on Sami people and Sami politics. So they are the people to go to when you want to do something in this region. And regarding new technology, when Uber arrived in Taiwan a few years ago, they tried to use online consensus forming. So they launched an app called Police, where people just could go and start discussion about how to regulate Uber. And this app, using machine learning and a bunch of other techniques, encourages good discussion amongst those participating. And it allows them to put up proposals, and which are then discussed, voted on, knocked back, refined until they reach something like 80% of consensus. So I think we can use apps and technology in new ways to get politics formed by ordinary people. And on social media, you have polarization, you have echo chambers. Like, I know people who just get right wing or just get left wing, like propaganda, you could say, or people don't want to talk, or they have distrust in others. And it's also very algorithmic and censored, some platforms. So the social media are not perfect for opening up democracy. We have to look in other ways. Thanks.
Petar, go ahead.
Yeah, well, in response but to comment on Stephanie Watt's comment, you said that you were completely filtered out by social media. What have you had any experience with such treatment before, and what motivations do you get, or why do you think that happens? And then in response to Johannes, you spoke about a system of polling or like a small forum for direct democracy or public debate. Were there any rules in this forum? Were there any, like, what rules is needed in a public discussion forum to make it enhance democracy and not produce these echo chambers and filter bubbles?
Go ahead, Johannes, and then we'll go to Sam.
Yeah, so by, for example, using machine learning to get people with different opinions to meet each other, and having rules like you need at least 80% consensus or higher, because we don't want just 51% of people agreeing on something. That's very sliver. And so I don't know the technicalities of how this app works or that, but I think it's a key way we can increase democracy.
And sorry, let me actually go to Second Iwenke first to let her respond, and then we'll go over to you, Sam, if that's all right.
Okay, so to answer your question, the short answer is yes. this happens all the time, every day on social media. For example, last year, all Indigenous creators who, sell jewelry or merchandise or such as a way of living on social media, all of a sudden were just deleted from Instagram. And this was only Indigenous creators that experienced that. So this is a very well-known phenomenon happening on social media, that Indigenous peoples get filtered off for basically just existing. And there can be a lot of explanations on it. It can be racism, it can be colonization, it can be denial, it can be a lot of things. The real reason we don't know. But the very real thing that we do know is that this is a very big phenomenon, a very big issue that is happening on social media.
Now, Sam, over to you.
Thank you. Well, I think, Johannes, you touched on something here, which was that we're constantly improving. I think, well, actually, I know one of the major barriers that's faced, at least in the rural Alaskan Arctic, is transportation. It is objectively hard to get from point A to point B when you have to take small planes, boats, and sometimes snow machines to get around. And so what's happening now, especially, well, there's been a number of things that have been happening right now, but one of them is that during the pandemic, we've seen this switch to online resources. Now, broadband connectivity is not good in rural Alaska. It's not good in a lot of rural Arctic places, but it's improving. But what is happening is that as our communities are getting connected through the internet, through social media, and through access to technology, we're seeing collectives build, we're seeing coalition building, and we're seeing the ability to consolidate a native voice on policy. Just recently, I head up the youth planning team for the National Tribal Climate Change Leadership Summit, which is a summit that seeks to bring together rural communities, native communities, to talk about the issues of tomorrow, to talk about what can we do in terms of climate action today so that we can set up our future generations for success. And this means that we have discussions from things of how to invest in green technology to how do we make sure that we're able to collect our subsistence foods this summer. But throughout the process of organizing that summit, we've seen that our communities which would not have otherwise been able to connect with each other, are able to do so over the internet, are able to do so over Zoom, like what we're doing today. I'm pretty sure that many of us would not be able to make it to Washington, D.C. today to sit down with each other and have this conversation. And so we're moving in the right direction in terms of different means of communication and things like that. In terms of social media, though, it's a powerful tool. I don't know if it's best fitted for policy decision making, but it's certainly a place for education, a place for organizing. Just last month, there's a poster actually right there, but I worked on a project to bring 16,000 pounds of salmon, one of our traditional foods, to elders and people and Native community members in need in the Anchorage area. The organizing for that was done pretty much all over Facebook. We were able to reach our communities that way. And so as we move forward into the future of the Arctic, I think we're going to see a heightened importance of internet and connectivity and of technology in building coalitions and making effective policy.
Thanks so much, Sam. And I'd also be really curious to hear, maybe I'll pose a couple questions out there and let people think about them while others are responding. But Sam, especially since living on St. Lawrence Island in a part of the Arctic that is going to be seeing more activity. We're looking forward, we know by 2024 that Putin has decreed there to be 80 million tons of cargo transiting that region. And, likely a good percentage of that would be going through the Bering Strait and just seeing more around tourism and all of that. So how can you, looking forward in terms of, the policy responses of understanding, these these communities that, as you mentioned, are at the front lines of climate change, having to deal with both the, the physical impacts to land and communities, but also to the subsistence food and gathering and traditions and all of that part of identity, which is so important for, persevering through intergenerational trauma, which is a very important component of identity. And so if you could maybe kind of reflect on how you see the policy, like what are some appropriate conversations that you think either are happening or that should be happening, or where do you see a better role for the policy community to kind of really account for that? And then Katarina, for you, I think it's really interesting to kind of zoom out and look at a large organization such as NATO. And I'm very curious if you could discuss, what was the impetus for NATO's engagement of youth, and if there was much recognition of the need to address climate change prior to those conversations with youth. And then I know you were really instrumental in a lot of that climate language in the NATO 2030 report. And so I'd really like to kind of hear about maybe some of the experiences of developing that language. So maybe if you want to start there, and then we can move back to other panelists.
Sure, thank you, Marisol. Maybe I'll start with your first question, so why is NATO reaching out to young audiences? And I would say that, of course, here I'm speaking in a personal capacity. I don't work for NATO, I don't represent NATO. So this is my own analysis or my own perception of things. So I would say that there are three main reasons. The first one is that NATO is really looking for, innovative, fresh ideas. And I think that our generation, in comparison to the previous one, we are more courageous to put the bold ideas out there and also put forward thinking that this free of this, political tunnel vision. So I think that's the first reason. The second reason has to do with the fact that, NATO just celebrated 72 years. And, this is a post-Cold War generation. And I think this outreach really helps NATO engage with audiences that might not know what NATO is about, how it has adapted over the past 7 decades, and who might be questioning its raison d'etre. So I think it's really an opportunity for NATO to, on the one hand, increase awareness of the alliance, also increase the support among the youth, and you stimulate greater interest in defense and security discussions. And the last reason is that, as I've mentioned in my introductory remarks, NATO 2030 is a forward-looking process. So we are looking at how we should adapt for the next decade and beyond. And I think there's really this acknowledgement that these policies are long-term and they will only work if the young generation feels the ownership and feels some sort of a responsibility for their long-term implementation. So I think this is one of the reasons why we have been involved in this reflection process. And as regards the climate input, I just want to say that, the Young Leaders Report was part of the larger mosaic. So there were multiple sources of input towards this reflection process. Climate change is not a new subject for NATO. I think NATO has been looking at environmental issues since 1969. climate change is mentioned in the 2010 strategic concept. So the toolbox is already there, but as you know, NATO is working on the basis of consensus, and this consensus for doing more on climate change is still building. All member states have signed up to the Paris Agreement, but they really differ on the extent to which this should be a NATO issue, and also how fast the energy transition should roll out. So climate change is not a new topic to NATO. The consensus is building, so there is more willingness to do more on climate. And I don't want to take too much of the speaking time. So I think, the groundwork is there, and now it's a really good time for NATO to capitalize on the current political momentum to do more on climate as an organization.
That's very informative. Thank you. And Sam, if you'd like to respond, and then Sekeniyak, if you would like to give a Greenlandic perspective in terms of some of the changes that Greenland is also seeing, and maybe how the policy community can be, is there sufficient recognition of what that means for the Greenlandic people, and then especially as Greenland is kind of looking at what it means to have full work towards independence, if you think that there might be some opportunities to address some of what you had brought up in your initial remarks about this kind of colonial legacy of what government looks like, and how much do you think there is potential for that to be tweaked as Greenland works towards kind of realizing its own identity separate from Denmark? So Sam, I'll hand the floor over to you.
I think first I'm going to respond to the questions that you'd asked, and then touch on something that Katerina had been saying. But we face a reality in the Arctic, and that's that it will soon become the future of commerce, the epicenter of commerce. As you see the Northwest Passage opening up and the lack of sea ice on our North Pole, shipping will happen. I remember when I sat on the climate action leadership team for Alaska, the question that we contemplated wasn't if we will engage in commerce and if we will engage in shipping. It was how. How can we make sure that we have responsible regulations, that we have community input, and that we protect our Indigenous and rural communities while also allowing them to engage in a larger economy and setting up a framework that makes it so that these communities, if they want, are able to gain access to that economic market. And so in building that policy, in building policies around shipping and around future commerce in the Arctic, we're watching as there's a shift away from oil and gas. We're watching as there's a shift away from extractive industry, at least in Alaska. And we're watching this kind of transition to more green energy, green power, different types of commerce. And I think what's going to happen is that we're going to see a very large switch towards shipping. And as we see more and more ships come through, as you said, I'm from Gamble. We're right in the middle of the Bering Sea, right between Nome and Russia, about 30 miles off of the Russian peninsula there. And so boats are going to be going on either side of this. This was a major concern under the Obama administration, and it led to the creation of the Bering Sea Resiliency Order, an executive order that made sure that there were set-asides and protections around Indigenous whaling communities and others that so that subsistence hunting and subsistence activities were able to take place without being interfered due to large ships coming through. Thankfully, under the new Biden administration, that order, or the substance of it rather, has been reinstated. And what we're seeing is a better shift towards policy under Secretary Holland. In terms of creating policies for the new Arctic, as Katerina was saying, good policies that have investment and that have longevity come from youth, come from the people on the land. A top-down solution does not work when you have small dispersed communities, and it rarely works either way. If we're going to address the climate problem and build a sustainable future that introduces rural communities into economies that they want to engage in, we need to make sure that policy comes from the bottom up, that policy is built through consultation and collaboration with Indigenous communities and the people on the land. And so I think you're going to see well, actually a wonderful example of it. One of the things that we used in creating the climate policy for the state of Alaska was the LEO network. It's kind of a dispersed monitoring system that allows users in rural areas to make posts about environmental phenomenon that they're seeing take place. Last year, in years past, they posted about things like bird die-offs near St. Paul, sick seals in the Bering Sea, strange marine life up towards Uktiavik and other pieces. And so you're going to see, I think, this shift towards dispersed monitoring sorry, our power just went out. Dispersed monitoring for our communities, and that will influence policy in a positive way.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Sam. Second Ingwak, would you like to respond?
Yes. So I'm not extremely educated in climate change, as my work doesn't revolve around that. But obviously climate change is extremely important, especially regarding the Arctic. Now, like, we have a lot of youth here that are very engaged in climate action and things such as that. But what I do see is that in the political governance, they're not that engaged in it as the youth are, which can be quite problematic. But the way that I see it is that decolonization and revitalization of culture is very much tied to climate change, as industriality is a very huge factor to climate change. So, and the thing is also that industriality in Greenland has very much impacted our nature, our culture, and our way of living. We see changes every single year, every single day, on our animal patterns, like the seasons that they start to come, or changes in their behavior as well, and our sea ice, which is the most important part of our hunting culture in the north of Greenland. When you look at the hunters of North Greenland, they haven't had any income since August due to the sea ice not being safe enough, and there not being enough sea ice, meaning that they haven't been able to hunt in any way. And the government didn't do anything really. They did give a little bit of support in the end after we started a petition on giving them some sort of income so that they could survive, because here in Greenland we're extremely isolated. We're an island, and all of our food is imported mainly from Denmark, which first of all is not sustainable at all because it comes through plane or a ship. So my point is that the way that the whole thing is ruled as of now is just harming Greenland and our culture even more. So if we need to, when you look at an Indigenous perspective with climate change, it's extremely important to go over and support our traditional way of living. and supporting our hunters and such. And also, this is a bit radical to say also, but like to educate Western people on veganism not being suitable or sustainable for Indigenous peoples. In fact, in the Arctic and for Indigenous peoples, it's harming our nature a lot more to go vegan than in the Western world, as all of it is imported. And actually, as well, is not biologically fit for our bodies as well.
Yeah, I've actually seen some absolutely fascinating research about just some of these traditions that have come about in Indigenous food culture, specifically in Greenland, like around fermented, I think they were like mussels inside the like walrus, and that's something about the stomach acid actually like created vitamin C, so they would get vitamin C in the winter, and these are things that science is just now discovering, right? But it's like these are, and it goes back to what the previous panel was also discussing about this kind of embodied knowledge that Western science has to kind of catch up to in some ways, and realizing that it's brilliant because it evolved over thousands of years. And so and that's an area that I think is really interesting, and I hope it can be reframed to kind of challenge some of the like aggressive vegan rhetoric, because I agree that's not healthy, and especially in the Arctic, it's just kind of, I think, reflects a lack of understanding of the region. But Peter, I saw you had your hand up. Would you like to reply?
Yeah, I had a response to Sam. And I guess you could judge the relevance of the question yourself, but you spoke about the relative strength of bottom-up approaches rather than top-down ones. How would you yourself devise examples of bottom-up approaches in governance mechanisms in Alaska on climate or environment, for example?
Yeah, I think that there's a few good examples of it. So the viability of a bottom-up approach relies on investment of the community where you're kind of gathering information from. Alaska is a state that you can stretch from, I think it's Ohio to the bottom of California. A one-size-fits-all solution doesn't work. So if you're looking for one-size-fits-all solutions, one, they generally don't work, and then two, you can't really build one of those from a bottom-up approach. So you're looking at systems of governance that are local in nature, that are tailor-built to a community, and that are rooted in knowledge that has been built up over tens of thousands of years and rooted in the community where they're being derived. One of the examples of policy that emerged through kind of that evolutionary track is the example in Alaska of an exemption for native language teachers. Native language teachers in the state of Alaska do not need a master's degree in teaching in order to teach our languages. And this was a policy that was brought through by village councils getting together and saying, why are we not able to have a native language class when our community speaks our native language put into our native school that is in our community? Why are we being limited by this Western idea of educational standpoint or educational progression? And so village councils got together and lobbied the state to change that rule. Another piece was in the building of the climate action plan for the state. When we launched our effort, it was the governor called together a group of 25 of us. We had, I was the youth representative, and then we had individuals from native corporations, from industry, from timber, from fishing, from tourism, from green banks, from all of the different sectors and communities of the state that came together to try and talk about what we could do moving forward. In putting together that policy, what we did was travel to rural communities and sit down and say, what does your community need? What does your place need in order to be successful, in order to be healthy, in order to be resilient? How can we build a more climate resilient community that's able to practice subsistence in the face of changing weather patterns and migration routes? And so there was a number of pieces that came about from that. One of them was a new way of trying to appropriate funds for communities facing food insecurity as a result of poor subsistence hunting. Yeah, but I think in terms of larger international action or larger, speaking in broader terms rather, about good policy. When it comes to making policy, sometimes the 2 points don't align. The government doesn't align with the need. And in order to prevent that from happening, there's a really simple question that can be asked before policy is made. And that's that you ask a community, what do you need? And what is the problem? Because you see a lot of different solutions for problems that don't exist, or solutions that don't address the real issue in a way that's beneficial for the community. And so that's what I mean by when I'm talking about from the bottom up. It's kind of coalition building and aligning policymakers and community members, so that way a successful policy that is tailor-built to a community can be made, and that has investment from the community, that has viability, and that has a tangible goal that it's trying to accomplish.
Petter, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you. Those were some very concrete and very tangible examples. Would you say that the strength of the bottom-up approach is to achieve local adaptation, or is there any more fundamental value that is reached through bottom-up approaches?
Well, I think aside from, I think good policy is an end in of itself. But what it does do is it builds a more engaged population. It builds hope for a community, and it provides opportunity. As Sekaniwak was saying, a lot of our communities are subsistence communities. We rely on hunting, we rely on fishing. There isn't very much economic activity that happens. And so you do see the intrusion of alcoholism and drugs into a lot of communities that aren't tied to culture, that aren't tied to work. And so when you bring a community together to work on an issue, what you're doing is you're taking, the way that it was put to me by one of my aunts was that if you're busy, you don't have time to mess up. And so by building and creating community collaboration efforts to find policy solutions, when you're engaging the whole population, you are letting people have a stake in their future. You're letting people advocate on behalf of what they want their community to look like. And if you want your community to look a certain way, you're going to conduct yourself in a certain way. You're going to try and further the goals of that community. You've invested time, you've invested things. It's not just somewhere that you live. And so I think that is another outcome of these bottom-up policy solutions, is that youth are engaged and the whole community is engaged.
And I believe Johannes would like to respond to that, and then we'll go over to Sekaniwak.
Yeah, thanks. So the Arctic faces a lot of challenges. For example, the climate crisis, which we will get like the double penalty of because we're so up north that the permafrost gonna melt and the ice is gonna melt some more, sun is gonna get absorbed, and maybe the Gulf Stream will disappear. And we also have problems with depopulation, infrastructure, not having jobs and welfare to all. And insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results. And I think we need to expand and develop the democracy to do that. A bottom-up approach could solve a lot of these issues or help. For example, on climate policies, we need policies that people will support. And if you bring a lot of people, like for example in France, the government wanted to jack up the CO2 fees on gas, and people went crazy, the Yellow Vest episode. And the government answered this by putting down a citizens' assembly or a citizens' council with 150 randomly selected but representative citizens. And then they looked at the facts, not blinded by ideology or wanting to get re-elected, but they looked at the facts and put down 50 proposals for getting the climate crisis solved. And I believe we have to look at people, or we have to involve people in making policies, because we have the facts. There's no amazing revolutionary revelation that the climate crisis is here. We know about all of these problems and possible solutions. And what we need is leadership that takes action while listening to local inhabitants, while listening to youth, while listening to indigenous people and science. We don't need to invent the wheel or fire again. We just have to go out there and start the fire and roll the wheel.
All right, I'll hand it over to you, Second Ingwak, for your comments.
Thank you. So this is a comment to Sam regarding like Indigenous people not being tied to their culture and mental health. So like I said in the very beginning, my work revolves around mental health and decolonization. And so I'm just gonna like, so, as an Indigenous person, my everyday life is literally alcoholism and abuse and neglected children and suicides. I have too many people and friends who have gone through suicides or are suicidal, and this is because of a system that fails the people, and doesn't have, it's a lot of intergenerational trauma that goes through all these generations due to colonization. And this is again the thing with why decolonization is so important for political governance. And again, why when talking about climate change, it's so important to talk about Indigenous peoples and their culture and their way of living, because there's a saying that I really, really like, is that how does it go again? Decolonization is suicide prevention, and this is why it's so important for me to, when talking about political governance, is to talk about Indigenous peoples and decolonization, because Indigenous peoples are tied into every little thing: climate action, human rights, education, food sovereignty, really anything. So that's just like kind of a comment on why it's so important to me.
I'm glad you brought that up. And yeah, I think the mental health dimension is incredibly important. I know in the United States, we have a very serious mental health epidemic. Actually, May has been decreed as Mental Health Awareness Month by President Biden. And suicide is actually the second cause of death in youth in the United States. And, looking at it has gotten worse during COVID, the numbers have gone up. And so kind of thinking about, moving forward where we will be experiencing more disruptions in multiple ways, whether it's, climate change related to biodiversity loss or shifting demographics. So, how, I'm wondering if you would like to speak further to this, or if anybody else wants to comment on perhaps how the policy community, like if you think the policy community is sufficiently, discussing and kind of thinking about mental health and that dimension of public health, really, because we need to have, healthy children who grow up to then become the healthy, contributors to a thriving society. So, how, if that's not sufficient, how can we be better, and how can we kind of, see more success with that?
So kind of adding to that, when you look at Indigenous communities, mental issues are frowned upon and very much ignored, more so. And when you look at the history of Greenland as well, under decolonization, this was, I believe, in the 50s, 40s or 50s, around there, which is really not that long ago, less than 100 years ago. There was an experiment on taking children, Greenlandic children, bring them to Denmark to teach them to become Danish, so that they one day could, so that Greenland could be assimilated to Denmark. And when you look at that, children were picked out. So if you had mental issues as a child or a mental disorder, you were just kind of thrown away by the society because you were not fit to become Danish, to be assimilated. So, and since this is literally just 70 years ago, it still lives in us that people with mental issues are just thrown away, and not good enough to bring the society up. Now, I myself live with bipolar disorder type 2. So everyday life is very struggling. Also, when you live in a community where mental issues are very frowned upon, and this is not just the community, it's also the political governance. Now, they always talk about it like, oh, we need to do something about all the suicides, but they never really do anything. And also in the health system, it's super problematic. If you call someone looking for a psychiatrist or some kind of help, you have to be in a waiting list for around 6 months. And at that time, a lot of the youth, their issues get so bad that they do end up committing suicide. And if you've tried to commit suicide, the waiting list is around 3 months. So, we really do not have enough political governance around mental issues here in Greenland, and that's also includes a lot of other Indigenous communities, as of what I've heard. Like, there is definitely a huge need for a much more sufficient political governance on mental issues.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, that's it seems like a topic that's underexplored and definitely, I think, warrants more exploration. We are definitely over time a little bit here. So let me just quickly, I do want to kind of pivoting from that. I do think it's important to kind of end on a positive note, because I know those issues are really heavy in a lot of ways and very personal to, to all of us. So, kind of looking forward, 25 years, what is something that you feel hopeful about? And if you could just kind of give a very short response, but just either something, a success that could be built upon that you think is really inspiring, or just like what do you think success looks or feels like? Anything that resonates with you. Go ahead, I'll just let you guys respond. Go ahead, Johannes.
Yeah, what gives me hope is, for example, that I'm seeing proposals of people referendums in the parliament, or that being invited to events like this, and thanks for that, by the way, and politicians seeking out youth, or youth getting loud about politics, young people participating in political parties, councils, organizations. And in Norway, we had a climate strike where 40,000 youth protested from Svalbard to Oslo. And so we skipped school to do something more important than our education, and that is our future. We demanded change. And now climate is one of the most, if not the most important topic for people this election. And yeah, I think that a future I could envision too is that like people are involved in political processes on a much deeper way. People are engaged in politics. They aren't afraid to discuss it in an open and informed manner at family dinner, or you can get into a citizens' assembly discussing a regional plan, and politicians seek out youth when working on policies and actually listen to them. And people can submit proposals to parliament if they get them, enough votes. So that the political system is there for the people, by the people. And this feels amazing, of course. But how do we achieve this future? Well, people have to get engaged in politics. People have to be demanded to be heard, and that policies should be made for them, for the common good. And showing people that it's possible to change society for the better. We might be complacent or such, but we actually have big possibility to change. And that there will be many hurdles along the way, polarizing, authoritarian leaders, isolation, populism, and today's systems not nudging in the right direction. But if we want to make it possible for people to, for example, demand a referendum or submit a proposal to parliament, elected representatives have to give away power. And are they willing to do that? That's the question. But it's hard to broaden democracy. You have to be visionary and try to change 100 years old rigid systems. But I believe it's possible.
Great, thanks, Johannes. Petter, over to you.
Yeah, well, in regards to my most important topics of climate, I think we are seeing main aspects of society actually aligning with coping and with dealing with climate change. We have the global environmental movement that gets like the engagement that the movement is seeing is very evolving in a very positive manner. The picture, the depiction of the movement in the media is becoming more and more in line with actually dealing with the problems, and the scientific relative consensus on the matter seems to be like these dimensions seem to align into an arena that actually could make some change in regards to the climate.
Thank you, Petter. Anybody else want to mention what they see, where they see hope?
I think, as I said previously, the Arctic is going to become the new center of commerce. It's going to experience growth in a lot of ways. It will be interesting to see how Indigenous communities like mine are able to engage in those new opportunities and able to adapt. There will be certainly struggles, and there will certainly be bad things that come with these changes, but I think we should look on the bright side and see what we can build.
Thanks, Sam. And anybody else want to apply? Katerina, go ahead.
Maybe just briefly, I think this two-day event gives me hope, you know, the breadth of ideas and fresh thinking, the ambition that young people show, and also seeing that both the governments and, you know, international organizations are in a listening mode. And I think, to echo what Johannes has said, you know, really seeing what, you know, Greta Thunberg and, you know, the Fridays for Future climate movement has achieved, how they managed to push the discussion forward. You know, I think that's very promising, and that gives me hope for the next 25 years.
Great, thank you so much, Katerina. And did you want to add anything else, Sequanimyak?
Yeah, so I guess what I hope for the next 25 years is a world of more acceptance that listens to every single person, especially people of color and Indigenous peoples, and a world that actually wants to help each other out.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, I want to say thank you so much to all of you for joining us. Michaela, you have done an incredible job putting together this 2 days of events. I'll hand it over to you and to close us out. Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, and for ending on that note of looking forward to the next 25 years. As I think Dr. Mike Safrega said yesterday in his introductory remarks, we hope that this sort of initiative will continue for the next 25 years, so we can continue to hear how youth perspectives are evolving and bring in more youth and build more relationships and collaboration as we move forward. So I just like to thank you all for being so open and vulnerable and genuine about your perspectives. And I think that hopefully this will open hearts and open minds across DC and across the world. So thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.